off 2 rounds with the assault.
Find Peter Parker.
What's the thing on his hand?
Find Peter Parker. Find Peter Parker!
Rifle. A normal player is left with 21 bullets in reserve, but a pirate is left with just 10. This is because 21 can be divided by 7. So the game takes all of these spare bullets and divides them by 2 to get 10.5, which they round down to 10. You don't even get half a bullet. But there's a huge catch. The booby trap is sitting in the reload function, and for some reason the game calls it around 40 freaking times during one single reload. Which means if you get another number that divides by 7, the spare ammo will be recalculated again until the conditions do not meet anymore. Just look at this mess. If you get 56 bullets in reserve after you reload, you'll get 3 bullets in return, and this is an insane loss. The ammo in this case was recalculated 4 times. To understand the measure better, I made this table, where you can see when and how many times the ammo is recalculated, and how many bullets the pirate loses with the measure enabled. However, despite the fact that the losses look wild, the measure is actually triggered very rarely. I mean, the number 7 is a relatively big number in the equation, meaning there's a small chance of triggering it while reloading a gun. And don't forget that the player usually has a few full clips in spare at best. In this case, their worst enemies are like 3 different numbers. The walkthrough you can see on your screen was replayed by me around 20 times behind the scenes. By randomly reloading the light handgun around 4 times in a run, I triggered this measure only 3 times. You would be surprised, but we didn't even know that the ammo can be recalculated multiple times until I noticed that the game took too much from me, and Firehead decided to dig deeper, because it contradicted the code from the measure. See, it perfectly shows how evil and sneaky these measures can be. But don't forget that there's also the first group of weapons I briefly mentioned before. In their case, every single time when the sum of spare bullets after reloading a gun can be divided by 3, 1 spare bullet will vanish, making it even less noticeable but more frequent. Let's say I fired the last bullet in a chamber having 29 in spare. After reloading a revolver, a normal player gets 23 bullets in reserve, but the pirate gets 20. This is because 27, 24, and 21 can be divided by 3. Thus, the game took 1 bullet away 3 times, and losing 3 bullets would be the worst case scenario with a revolver. Since the shotgun has more shells to fire, you can lose 4 shells per 1 full reload. So the more bullets you have to load in these guns, the more spare ammo you lose. And no, it doesn't have anything to do with the reload function I mentioned before. The game calls it once per bullet reload. And to be honest, we have no idea why those weapons act differently. Maybe it was done on purpose, but who knows. Either way, don't you find it hilarious that the developers decided to secretly steal ammo from people who pirated their game? I wonder what they were thinking back then. If the game cracker didn't get rid of this measure, then it would always be enabled by default. I guess this is what they were aiming for, but failed. Do you know what else a pirate should avoid doing in this game? Dragging items from one place to another, something you can do with both gasoline cans and fallen enemies, which many consider to be a pointless thing to do anyway. To remind you, these exact items or activities can be easily identified by this unique status icon on your screen in the bottom right-hand corner. If you see it and the game thinks that you're a pirate with this specific measure enabled, then don't pick any objects up, it's just another trap. Because as soon as you put it back on the ground, the game is tasked to stop cleaning its virtual memory, it becomes clogged, and the game crashes. Just think about it. The developers coded a memory leak on purpose, something that others try to avoid at all costs. And they hid it in the camera's code to make sure that it definitely would eventually crash the game. But how can you avoid using this feature if at least 3 missions require you to utilize it? The first mission where the pirate will definitely face this crash is the 5th mission by the name of Fueled by Hate.
We'll see.
As we established before, this is where we have to put gas in the crane. And in order to do that, you need to drag a gas can from another part of the junkyard. Sadly, this scripted scene with James throwing away the gas can initiates the memory leak too, so expect the crash very soon. However, if the pirate is quick enough, they can enter the crane and the memory clogging will stop. That's because it changes the camera mode, which doesn't leak. But as soon as you exit, it will continue to drain the memory and crash. If a pirate used someone's save game and skipped that moment, then they'll face the same issue during the 11th mission too. In the mission Mouth of Madness, the gas can is used to blow up a doorway that's been bricked up, and without it there's no other way to break the obstacle and go further, unless you're a cheater and you know the right corner to use the glitch. As you can see, I didn't. In this very mission, don't even think of showing the Smiley's body to Starkweather. If you forgot about the measure, then watch how James throws him on the ground later in the cutscene. As funny as it looks, the game will crash seconds before you complete the level and get to save your progress. Fortunately, this exact crash can be easily avoided by just showing the Smiley's head instead. This is actually an alternative way of completing the mission, and you're rewarded by Starkweather in the future, so it's canon as well. The next time the pirate will encounter this problem is while solving a puzzle in the 13th mission, Kill the Rabbit. At one point during the mission, we encounter these closed gates which we can open by putting someone on the platform. If the pirate doesn't know about the glitch, they'll have no other choice than to push an NPC onto the platform and maybe even eliminate him there and run inside while the gates are open. But the truth is, I think it's nearly impossible to do unless you have God mode or something. If you think it's possible to lure them onto the platform, then you're wrong. The pirate will quickly realize that they stay in one place for the most part. Hats off, Rockstar. As you can see, if whoever cracked the game didn't patch this measure, the pirate would face these problems mainly in the middle of the story. And if the rumors are true, people cracking the games don't usually play them for that long. Luckily for everyone, it was fully deactivated. But that doesn't mean that the measure isn't cruel either. The next anti-piracy measure we're going to look at is a weird one. You see, every single time we change weapons by picking something else up, we create a pickup on the ground. Funny enough, the game keeps track of how many of them were created during a game session. This is something that the measure is eagerly tracking too. As soon as the pirate creates 8 pickups like that, the game enables another trap. Now, every single time an enemy drops a pickup, it'll vanish after 10 seconds on this footage that I'm showing you. As you can see, this is something that the game even warns you about by informing you that the dropped item has been marked to delete in 10 seconds. And it definitely begs the question, why would they inform you about this in such an obvious way? Under normal circumstances, such pickups stay on the ground for a while, so nothing is stopping you from picking them up later in a playthrough, which is something we all did in the past. So the developers probably thought, why should we wait for a pirate? If they want to get an item, they better get it as fast as they can. This, of course, makes them take more risks and do more stupid things, which would probably lead to them failing a mission a lot more often. I guess now it's more wise to just sacrifice these pickups. You know what's clever about this measure? You'll probably create 8 such pickups quite late in the play session, meaning there will always be a delay before you enable this measure, meaning less chances to spot it for the person cracking the game. In theory, of course. But remember how I said that it's a weird one? Well, this is because as the developers slightly screwed it. First of all, it doesn't break the special dropped quest items in a light green sphere, such as the key in the mission to kill the rabbit. No joke, it would be a perfect place to strike. After you get rid of the rabbit, the scripts activate this unskippable cutscene, which lasts more than 10 seconds. Luckily for a pirate, the key stays on the ground forever while his shotgun has already disappeared. That's a missed opportunity, Rockstar. The same thing could be said about the dropped painkillers. They don't seem to disappear either, which is a good sign unless these are not stupid mines which can crash your game. What's more weird is that if you step on such an item and the game offers to replace it, then the despawn timer resets and it won't vanish after 10 seconds as the text warned. Makes it much easier for the pirate to save an item for later. Thanks to this oversight, it would be much harder to get stuck on the second mission, Doorway into Hell, where we have to get a crowbar and bust a padlock on a gate. Of course, it's still possible to make the crowbar disappear, but who wouldn't walk right into it to pick it up as soon as the game asked you to? The same thing can be said about the knife in the mission White Trash. It's even harder to screw the 12th mission, the one by the name of Doing Time. Since you have no red class weapon from the beginning, you pick it up automatically, so nothing will stop the pirate from completing Starkweather's task. You know what's more strange? They coded the heads to be excluded from despawn, but they did it poorly. Despite the fact that you still see the warning during the executions, the head will never vanish from the level. And you might ask, what was the point of making this strange exception, especially for a thing that should ruin an experience? The truth is, there wasn't any. According to the game's code, some pickups in this game vanish after 60 seconds, and this is where they coded an exception for the heads. Don't ask me why, but this is why they won't ever disappear from the level during playthrough. As simple as it is, the developers just reused this chunk of code and decreased the despawn time for a measure. So we thought maybe this weird exception was done on purpose, so we removed 2 flags from this item and made the head disappear by simply creating a pickup. Stupidly enough, we saw absolutely nothing suspicious afterwards. This item just disappeared from a level and that's it. Not sure why we tested it though. But anyway, I still don't understand why they decide to inform somebody with a pirated copy about the pickup deletion. It always shows in English, even if you play in a different language. This is because the string is stored in the executable and not in the text container. What if this hint was a debug leftover? Something like a hint for the developer that hint was a debug leftover. Something like a hint for the developer that the measure is triggered to see that it really worked. Or what if it was done on purpose? Firehead thinks that by hiding this measure under the gameplay's code, it would be much harder to find and clean up from there. Or what if they were in a rush and just didn't finish the measure? Who knows? And now we're done looking at all the anti-piracy measures, which are present in the game without having Securom. And just to remind you, we've been looking at them separately. In reality, all of those measures are present in the game all at once, as it is in the Steam version. The developers expected that the person cracking the game would analyze the code manually and remove them one by one if noticed. So to make their life a little more miserable, Rockstar decided to implement 3 more unique measures, which are actually disabled by default in the code. The idea was that whoever cracked it would find and enable them.
So you want to explore your dairy-free side? Meet Nature's Find 5-base cream cheese.
Thinking that they actually disabled them. Call them inverted measures if you like. They were meant to fool them into releasing a broken crack. The first inverted measure was sitting in the painkillers code. If enabled, and if the game sees that the painkillers do work, then it waits for a command to break them again. You would never guess, as soon as the pirate steps into the VHS pickup, the painkillers become broken again, meaning the player would experience the same issues that we discussed before. In other words, you can eat as many pills as you want until you step on a VHS tape. Isn't that hilarious? It seems like the developers tried very hard to prohibit people from using the sacred painkillers, and it's no wonder why. The second inverted measure was left in the code, which executes the text you see in the upper left-hand corner, better known as a help box. If the measure is active, as soon as the game displays a mission-related hint for you, it immediately stops cleaning the virtual memory. Once again, it becomes clogged and the game crashes when there's no free memory left to use. This inverted measure initiates the exact same memory leak we discussed before, hidden in the camera code, just triggered in a much different way that a cracker had to enable. And just to be clear, I am not talking about the ordinary hints telling you how to swap a weapon. or a warning that you've hit a save point by picking up a VHS tape. I'm talking about the mission-related hints, which is something you see quite a lot by playing the first levels of the game. This measure is so cruel that it makes them crash in the first seconds after you finally take over James's controls. And you might ask, wouldn't it be obvious to a cracker that something suddenly isn't right in their game? Well, it isn't that simple. If someone gave them a save game and they loaded a level from the scene selection screen, then they would see far less mission-related hints during their playthrough, meaning there would be a smaller chance to experience the crash and a higher possibility of releasing a broken crack. Even if whoever cracked the game does experience a crash, it would be an impossible task to debug it and find the cause. If you want to know why, be sure to read Firehead's thoughts about it. The third and last inverted measure was once again left in the beloved checkpoint system. If the measure is enabled, the game will always create a broken save point. As a result, every single time the game tries to load it, it'll crash. As obvious as it sounds, there's no point in saving it to a slot either. There's no chance for the game to load it, even if you restart the game. For the most part, you don't even need to pick up a cassette to make a broken save point. The game already creates it for you as soon as you start a level, so expect the crash if you failed and loaded it. Fortunately, if you want to avoid a crash, you can simply exit to the main menu and reload the scene. All of that means that you have only one try to complete the level, and then you might say, why even bother trying to finish it? You would be surprised, but this measure doesn't corrupt your save games made after completing the mission. This is because the developers broke very specific pieces of data in save games, something that's used only by the checkpoint system. If you want to read more about it, and also Firehead's thoughts about this measure, be sure to pause the video right now. With that being said, we have now covered all anti-piracy measures left by Rockstar in Manhunt. As Firehead told me, this time around the developers tried their best to make it nightmarish for both people cracking the game and people pirating it. The developers expected the person cracking it to analyze the code and remove these measures one by one if they noticed them manually. But even if they did, the developers made sure that it would be very hard to deactivate them, and they made everything as cryptic as possible. The developers also thought that someone cracking it would definitely make some mistakes, or miss something and release a semi-functioning game without even knowing it. For instance, someone playing a pirated version might not have the closed doors measure and broken interactive items, but they might have the damage debuff and disappearing bullets, because whoever cracked it just didn't notice them. What I'm trying to say is that it doesn't necessarily mean that you might have all these surprises. Maybe there'll be a couple, or maybe just one or two. Most of the stuff I showed can't be experienced while having other measures enabled. It's just impossible to get there unless some measures are deactivated or somehow bypassed. This is why I showed them one by one, to give you a better idea of how bad they are even separately. But was it really worth all that time and effort spent on making these measures? You might be surprised, but the answer was clearly no. That's because this technique would only stop the newcomers from cracking their game. For veteran Juarez groups, it was a piece of cake. These guys were too experienced to be fooled by some lousy crack protection and SecuROM. The game was fully cracked on the European launch day by the famous Juarez group, Razor 1911. It was just 3 days after the launch in North America. No one even knew about the existence of these anti-piracy measures, as all the triggers were found and fully deactivated. And you know what's even dumber? The game was cracked in the same manner that Fairlight did with GTA Vice City. This was by emulating trigger behavior by giving an answer to the game every single time that the SecuROM wasn't tampered with, even if it isn't true at all. In other words, there was absolutely no point for the developers to waste more time and effort by making these measures worse if the crackers once again didn't do anything in their code to disable them. It's just like how there would be no point in putting multiple sophisticated locks on a gate if you can just walk around it. That's what I'm trying to say. Ironically, these anti-piracy measures pretty much wound up being made for those who would buy their game on Steam in the future. Now let's finally talk about how they managed to screw that up so badly. First, let's keep one important fact in mind. Razor 1911's crack wasn't that perfect. It didn't work on Windows Vista and higher operating systems due to newly added security measures around data execution prevention in the Windows core. But honestly, you can't blame them. At that time, Windows Vista didn't even exist until almost 3 years later. And it was specifically a problem in the crack. The disk version with SecuROM worked flawlessly on newer operating systems. Keep that in mind. Now, a few years fly by, and the Steam version officially releases on January 4th, 2008. This was about 1 year after Microsoft launched Windows Vista, and what did players notice? That this release did not work on the new operating system, which led to loads of people on Steam asking for a solution on how to make it work. Luckily for them, after some time, the fix was found. All they had to do was change one value in the executable with a hex editor, and then the game would finally launch on Vista. And now the important thing. The same fix can be applied to a crack from Razer, which already sounds suspicious. A couple more years went by, and on May 11th, 2010, a user under the name Liam AJ noticed that the Steam version of Max Payne 2 uses a crack from the Whereas group, Myth, because how else can you explain the existence of their logo in the official Steam executable? Of course, the news went viral. So viral that on the second day, people noticed an update which replaced the controversial executable. In other words, they were covering their tracks and using this crack, but they did it very strangely. The old executable was still left in the game, just under a different name. Now it's called Test App. As of this recording, it can still be found in the root folder. 9 days after the weird Max Payne 2 update, they suddenly released an update for Manhunt. People immediately noticed that the old tutorial on how to fix the game for Windows Vista didn't work anymore, as the hex value you needed to change was different. Luckily for them, there was no need to do it anymore, because now the game started to work on both Vista and Windows 7 right out of the box, which is a good sign, right? Well, not really. People began to complain about how it was impossible to complete the game, reporting closed doors, countless crashes, and other annoying bugs. People basically reported experiencing the game's anti-piracy measures, and Rockstar Games did absolutely nothing about it. But at least they decided to keep an old executable, too, by renaming it to Test App, and this is where the fun begins. If we open it with a hex editor, we can find the friggin' watermark from Razer 1911 in the field time date stamp. RZR is their short name around the scene. Need more proof? In the encrypted area of the RAM, we can find this message from them too. Razer 1911, sharper than a blade or your money back. Which probably has something to do with their slogan, sharpening the blade since 1985. Just think about it. Rockstar Games used a freaking illegal crack for their official Steam release, which was never compatible with the newer operating systems in the first place. And we even have an answer why. This is because there was another secret signature in the code. This signature later screwed up their old cracks on the newer operating systems. If you want proof, make sure you pause the video. And to prove that even further, I installed Steam on Windows XP using a trick, and then I launched the game via the Test App executable. As you can see from this footage, it works flawlessly. Something that you can't say about the game when it's running on Vista or anything higher, where it just won't even start up. So, what do we have? As soon as someone caught Rockstar for illegal cracks in their official digital version of Max Payne 2, they suddenly decided to cover their tracks in Manhunt as well. It seems that they found an executable in their archives before applying SecuROM. Then they just launched the game to see if it worked and called it a day. This is the same freaking executable as the disc version, but without the copy protection. They didn't even experience their own anti-piracy measures because they didn't even play the game for at least 5 minutes. There's no other explanation I could think of for how this could even happen. Thanks to this carelessness, legitimate players who actually spent money on the game have now been experiencing anti-piracy measures for 13 years, thinking that these are just stupid bugs caused by incompatibilities on newer operating systems. And how can you blame them? If you browse this game on Steam, you can see a warning that the game is from 2004 and that it doesn't support Windows Vista, 7, and 8, and it's likely that the same probably applies to Windows 10 and 11. You know what's even dumber? They added Windows 8 to this list after that stupid update, and for some reason it's only in English. So instead of getting rid of this warning because it became false for years, they added another operating system to the list, one that's actually supported with the new executable too. But it doesn't mean the game is issue-free. You still need community-made fixes to make it playable on modern PCs and operating systems, much like the other Rockstar classics. For instance, you can use the famous Manhunt fixer. And here's what's funny. If you choose the Steam release, then it takes the Test App executable, patches 2 bytes in it to make it run on newer operating systems, and then replaces it with the main executable. After that, the patcher puts a few crucial plugins in the root folder to fix the major issues in the game, which are present in every single version. For all these years, we were fixing Razor's crack, making it bootable on newer operating systems. And hey, did I mention that Rockstar shipped the crack, having the Steam stub DRM? Even the author of this famous patcher didn't know the real story behind the Steam version and its weirdness. It was much easier to use a less broken executable, and this is what he told me directly. The community in general had no freaking clue that they were fooled by Rockstar, which is a shame. I actually started to wonder if it's possible to complete the game with anti-piracy measures enabled. Just think about it being a new speedrunning category by playing the unmodded Steam version of the game. First condition, the player has to use the out-of-bounds glitch because otherwise it's impossible to progress further. Second condition, the player can waste no more than 5 minutes on a level between checkpoints, or otherwise the next level breaks and you will lose precious time restarting the game. Third condition, it's important to save a game after completing every single level and restart the game after completing 3 levels. Fourth condition, don't do headshots, otherwise the game will disable your controls. Fifth condition, be prepared to experience crashes, but since we know how to trigger them, you can basically try to avoid them. Right now, I'm not sure about one thing. How can you complete the mission View of Innocence if you can't use the TV after switching on the electricity? The game requires you to use 2 interactive items, but in this version you can only use 1. But this is the speedrunning community we're talking about here. I would not underestimate them since they do some incredible stuff in games. The rest of it is not a problem since you can skip most of the broken things. Is it possible to make such a speedrun? Only time will tell. As always, I want to give a huge thanks to Firehead for helping out with this video. He managed to not only find these traps in the game, but also activated and explain them in detail so we could show them to you. He also managed to disable these anti-piracy measures in the Steam version of the game, so if you want to make sure that they were selling us a game filled with measures, be sure to check his GitHub. For more videos on Rockstar Games, be sure to check out my channel, Badger Goodger, right here on YouTube. And don't forget to follow Vadim and I on Twitter. This has been Badger, and I hope you have a great rest of your day out there. Peace out, everyone.
Instructor Dwight T. Barnes. The first and last words I want to hear out of your stinking holes is, sir. Do I make myself clear? Yes, sir. My goal is simple. As of right now, you are all maggots. You will not speak until spoken to. You will not sleep unless told to do so. When I ask you to jump, you will reply with, how high? Do you get me? Sir, yes, sir. What's your name, dirtbag? Sound off like you got a pair! Corporal Shepherd, huh? Looks more like Corporal Dog Meat to me. Seems your name was mysteriously bumped to the top of the advanced training list. My suggestion to you is to get your ass down to the training center and report to Drill Instructor Sharp ASAP. Now move it, Corporal. Where are you from, soldier? Texas! Holy cow! You know it comes from Texas! You had better square yourself away, maggot! One, two, three, four. Are you touching me, dirtbag? maggot, listen up! I don't care what your previous outfit was like, but around here we do things my way! Follow my instructions carefully, and by the end of the day I'll have you eating danger and crapping victory! Now move your butt, soldier! I will meet you on the other side in the armory! Mounted on the wall below me, you will see a PCB. This is a powered combat vest. Use it correctly and I guarantee it will save your life. Your PCB is able to recharge from battery power, or it can interface and recharge with commercial, military, and HEV charging stations. What are you waiting for? Grab that PCB and get it fully charged. Trust me, maggot, you're gonna need it. I'll meet you in the next area to demonstrate some of your best capabilities. Pick up the pace, dirtbag! My beloved Corps does not have the patience to wait around for your worthless butt! The following areas will simulate many of the environmental hazards you are likely to encounter in the field. Run through it as quickly as you can and try to avoid taking too much damage. A dead Marine is a worthless Marine! I will see you up ahead if you can make it through alive. Soldier, did that sting a little? Well, suck it up and drive on. I'm not through with you yet. Proceed through that door into the small staging room and await my instructions. In addition to providing protection, your PCB has other capabilities. Once the light goes out, the door in front of you will open. Activate the night vision goggles to navigate this maze and exit on the other side. Now move like you've got a purpose.
Those hunters are coming. Give them what for.
I'll be damned! You may just have what it takes to be a soldier. Now double time it over to the next portion of your training. Move it! All right, maggots, let's see if you can move your butt through my obstacle course. On your mark, get set, go, go, go! On up and over those platforms! Move, move, move! Now jump! Get your sorry ass moving! Get your ass down that hill! Scale that wall! Hurry it up! My dear sweet grandmother, get over that beam! I thought we were training soldiers here! Are you trying to embarrass me? Proceed to the next area! Come on, double time it! Move, move, move! Let's see if you can climb faster than you can run! Ready? joke for you yet. Now, wanna come up here and try to knock me off? You can definitely climb better than you can run. Now let's see if you can use these ropes for more than just simple climbing. Jump, catch that rope and use your momentum to swing across that water. What is your problem, soldier? Get back up and try it again. Take more coordination than you have, soldier. I want you to swing from rope to rope and meet me at the end of the course. What is your problem, soldier? Get back up and try it again. What is your problem, soldier? Get back up and try it again. I'm almost impressed, soldier. Meet me in the next section and let's see if I can shake you up a bit. You better move like you got a purpose. Okay, soldier, this is a live fire exercise. This run will give you a taste of what it's like to be in the field. Keep your head low and move between cover. I want to see your face in the dirt, soldier! Go, go, go! Climb that rope ladder! Get your ass up there! Hit the dirt, soldier! Move it, move it, move it! Managed to make it through my favorite training exercise in one piece. Your weapon is your best friend. It is your only friend. And to be more effective, soldier, you must master your weapon. On the table, you will see your standard issue sidearm. Pick it up and step over to the pistol range. The object of this exercise is to familiarize yourself with the functions and use of your weapon. The goal is for you to place 6 shots within the inner circle of each target. You may begin. Proceed to the next section of the training course. This exercise will train you in the use of a long-range sniper rifle. Proceed to the table, pick up the sniper rifle, and position yourself on the firing line. In this exercise, you will be firing at targets both moving and stationary at medium, long, and extreme ranges. As you will notice, your sniper rifle comes equipped with a scope. Use this scope to magnify your view, making the distant targets easier to see. In the distance, you will notice 3 stationary targets partially concealed. Hit each of these targets to advance to the next stage of targets. you do with simple moving targets at that range, soldier? Very good. Now let's see if you can hit the moving targets at long range. Make sure to take your time and line up those shots, soldier. Make sure to take careful aim, soldier. Patience is key for those crucial shots. Let's see if you can do the same at extreme range. Unbelievable. You can actually shoot. I'd actually consider letting you cover my ass in a firefight. I'm finished with you, soldier. Proceed to the next area and report to the next drill instructor. Sorry carcass of yours. To become an effective leader, you must familiarize yourself with the skill set of each soldier in your platoon. The first type of soldier you will meet is the engineer. Engineers have a knack for getting you in and out of places that are otherwise inaccessible. Yes, sir. Take charge and have him follow you to the sealed door. Affirmative, sir. Yes, sir. Stand back, Corporal. This should only take a minute. As you can see, this soldier may prove quite useful in the field. Once you breach the room, see through the door and meet the next type of soldier. Affirmative, sir. A medic can be one of the most valued soldiers on the field. They have the ability to heal both you and your fellow squad members. Affirmative, sir. To receive medical attention, simply hold down your use key and the medic will apply first aid. Once the medic has attended to your wounds, proceed to the next area to complete your training. Affirmative, sir. Listen up, soldier. During the course of your missions, you may not be in direct contact with your squad. In these situations, you will need to utilize any available military radios. These radios can be used to call in reinforcements or gain vital military intelligence. Approach the radio and use it, soldier!
I hear you loud and clear. Move to your position.
Congratulations, soldier! You're no longer a lone-life wagon. I'm proud to say you are a soldier. I'm sure you'll be a credit to your unit. Now report to duty, soldier!
Came up with this list from the perspective of a new player, key term there, new player, starting from scratch who hypothetically got to play through each race class combination up to about level 20 in, say, 1999 or early 2000, maybe right after Kunar came out, but without the help of all the maps and all the wikis and all the websites and things that'll give you left-wing guide.
Last episode, I finally obtained my first Suntory, Sword of Serenity, from the Great Scarlet Monastery, allowing my rogue to ascend. And in today's episode, we'll be going for my second ascension, the Vanquish Sword. But first, we need to speed level to 39 in order to complete the quest, Bring the Light. Here we go. What's up, Mr. Pound Game? Nice to meet you too. Hello, hello. Greetings. First time here. Say hello so I can say hi back. It's gonna be a great day. My new Bankai. You guys ready? Bankai. Boom! Bankai. Boom! You wish to die too. Bankai. Shugume Kamida. Are you guys ready? This one's for you, chat. Boom. I'm gonna go Bankai. Bankai. Holy shit, this is a lot. Kill it before he heals! This is looking like a run angle. They have 3 healers, chat. There's 3 healers. This is looking like a run angle, but I'm Bricked Up Brother Leader. Bricked Up Brother Leader does not believe. Bricked Up Brother Leader stands his ground, of course. I'm gonna blind it to interrupt and kill it. Holy moly. And just like that, ladies and gentlemen, we defeat the Karazen Jungle. Your leader, Easy Clappers. What can I say? Alright, we need to travel into this dangerous cave and kill a dangerous individual inside. I remember dying here a lot when I was playing back in 2004. I was a little kid lost in a cave and getting blasted by these cruising commandos. But this time, I'm much older and experienced. I'm gonna blast them. Angies, I gotta say, this cave is definitely scary. Should I be here alone? I'm not too sure, chat. This is a dangerous mission we're doing. As a leader, you have to set an example for all the little bricked up brothers. Right out. You're definitely right. Just like how I stood and Chad standing at 1v4, I'm gonna do it for all the little bricked up brothers to set an example of how strong the bricks are. And here is the quest. Quest is done. I'm gonna kill some people along the way out, and we should be good. Easy peasy, boys.
With Pi Prime, you can make pizza here, back here, and even way up here. You can make them fancy.
Oh shit, he has a 10 million yard radius, man. You think you get this shot? There's no way, dude. I touched that, he comes from all the way there. I don't think I can get that. I'm gonna play Sap and get it, but is that really worth it? I don't think so. But do we want to do it for the content? Oh, shit. Okay, he's going away. That's the max he goes. And then I max range the herb.
Stop it.
I can't believe I just wasted a blinding powder for this herb, man. Worth it. Damn, these guys are clumped up. I know they Nova. Okay, 2's fine. Wreck these guys. Holy, they're Nova. Holy, they're Nova herds. Yeah, we need to get some troll scalps. A lot of them, actually. Oh shit, I need to go in there? Dude. Am I ready for the trolls? Oh, I'm getting PTSD, man. My Gigavix. Oh, bro, I don't like where this is going. Hey. This is really bad. I'm pre-casting everything. Worst timing of my life here. I actually have to go. I have to go ham. I have to use everything I have. We have to get away with this. Please drop combat. No. No. Gigavix got dirtied. So I was fighting a troll and he was casting and I did my shield bash. At that time I don't have pummel, right? And my kick misses.
Man, dude.
You usually kick and you back up, they follow you, right? But kick and miss, leading him to stand the ground, and then there was a patrol coming, and then I was running LOSing, and these walls, chat, you could shoot through these. Yeah, just be aware of the walls, chat. Enemies can shoot through the wall. It's not an LOS. So can I go up there with this little? Can I do the jump? Oh, I feel like I could. I feel like, oh, there was a latch. No way, dude. Oh, insane. Wait, I learned something valuable though. I learned not to skip. I remember I skipped and went in last time and bad stuff happened. I want to pull that solo, but I don't think I should. I'll mark the patrol and I'll clear the way in like this. Dude, these guys are... They look strong, chat. If I pull this guy, is it gonna pull that guy? Is the real question, chat.
Oh shit.
Shouldn't, right? Okay, he's far. He's far, max range. I'm gonna wait for him to come like right here and then we pull. Come on, little bro. They net. I'm gonna have to back up. Cause when they net, they back up, right? I can't even stack. Oh, they stacked up for me. Insane. And I'll turn them around so they net me and back up that way. It should be fine. And we take this and we're out, boys. We should be golden, right? We should be golden. Dude, my bag is gonna get me killed one day. There's 3 young gentlemen around here and 1 patrol. I'm gonna bang this patrol behind this alley, snacky box style. I'm afraid they're gonna hit me through the wall. You know what? F him, dude. I'm gonna let him walk by. He lives another day. I won't give him the London pub. I'm gonna give these 3 young men London pub though, yeah? This should be easy, gentlemen. Correct? Oh, he's coming back. You know what? He can't live. I have to kill him. I feel like I'm playing a different game in this pub. Okay, easy kill. And I have to go for a triple here. Gonna distract him when he gets a little farther. Bam. And boom. Blade Fury. Evasion. Into T. And we pop off. They net as well. And I pulled that guy as well. He's healing as well. I'm netted for 2 more seconds. I should be okay though. I'm gonna blind him and I'll go for that guy. Oh. There's a hunter. Fair play, boys. I'm gonna actually pull that guy too. God, these nets are so annoying. Oh, there's a respawn on top. Dude, I'm afraid of pulling that right there. Through the pillar. I'm gonna go ahead and gouge this guy so he doesn't run away. Get my energy back. And boom. Bandage it up. And we got it. Just like
There's no way I'd ever switch.
Let's talk about Minion. We all love Minion. Minion is a pug, dachshund, and chihuahua mix. I found him under my car 9 years ago, actually about 9.5 years ago. I was just gonna go to work one day, and all of a sudden, underneath the car, there was a Minion. Little tiny puppy. I lived in town on 1/10 of an acre, and it wasn't normal to just see a dog underneath your car. I wasn't sure what to do with him, and it was hard to coax him out. So I tried giving him food, and he's extremely food obsessed, but he was quite scared of me. Good boy. Yeah, you can carry that. Carry. Bring it to me. I'm gonna put it with all the other eggs. Good boy. Oh, well, you can just carry it all the way up to the kitchen now. Good boy. Bring it to me. Bring it to me. Thank you. Anyway, I tried coaxing him out with food from underneath the vehicle, and that didn't work, so I had somebody else shove a 2x4 under the end. He sprinted right out, and I pretty much pounced on him. I put gloves on because I wasn't sure if he was going to bite me or not, and he bit me right on the thumb. And the pressure kind of hurt, but, you know, obviously I was fine. I stuck him in the bathtub till I could figure out what I could do with him, or what I should do with him. I had always wanted a dog before, but I never got one because I lived on 1/10 of an acre in town, and I didn't think that was a great life for a dog. I searched for an owner for a while, and I never actually ended up finding one. About 3 days later, I went to all the vets, had him scanned for a microchip, had him put out notices, called the SPCA. They wanted $300 to take him, and I said, no, I'm not paying you $300 to rescue a dog, and so I ended up keeping him. Training him proved to be extremely difficult, particularly potty training. That was a tough thing. Took probably 2 years to actually get him to that point. He was a very enthusiastic puppy, though. He would do anything I asked as soon as he figured out what it was that I was asking him to do. I'll never forget, the first thing I taught him to do was actually sit. And when he would sit, I would give him a treat. And all of a sudden, this dog was following me all over the house. Anytime I would stop and turn around, there he was, immediately sitting, wagging his tail like crazy, and just giving me that look. Yeah, that's the look, with the little sideways head and everything. That was it. His appetite was insane. He would eat all kinds of things that weren't food and get into things that were food but not dog food. People ask how he's so good all the time. Well, he wasn't always that way. We did a lot of work together. His behavior is the result of 9 years of constant everyday training, trying to reinforce all the good things, make sure no bad habits are formed. Then one day, I got a motorcycle. Yeah, I said motorcycle. And he decided he really liked things with engines and wheels. After riding motorcycles for years and living in the city, we finally moved out into the country where Minion can be much more of a dog and really enjoy his life. And then he discovered four-wheelers. Up. And we got him a seat. It was like riding a motorcycle all over again. Yes, I said that word again. You're such a good boy. Then we upgraded to a new ATV and began designing other seats. Got a new one coming for you, Minion. Probably a week or so, you're gonna have a new one. Minion's had a couple scares in his life, though. We actually went camping one time with some friends, and we were cooking over an open fire, and there was a gravel driveway similar to this one, but we were doing the cooking on it. And there was grease and everything landing on rocks, and he woke me up in my tent in the middle of the night just screaming and hollering. I mean, he was just obviously in great pain, felt his stomach, it was bloated, and ended up taking him to the vet. I don't just rush to the vet for anything, but I was like, something's not right with this guy here. They gave him an x-ray, and turns out he had eaten somewhere around 27 rocks. I forget the exact number. It was either 24 or 27. And they had all made it past where they would cause a blockage, so he was fine, but he was obviously in a good bit of pain. After that, I actually ended up getting a muzzle for him, not because he was biting people, but because he was eating stuff he shouldn't. So, unfortunately, he had to be in a muzzle for a while. Eventually, we got trained out of all that. We no longer eat rocks. We're a very good boy. He's really, really good with food and leaving it and asking for permission to eat it. However, about a year and a half ago, he ate a whole bunch of bread dough. Bread dough is not good for dogs, especially with yeast. It can cause them to bloat. It can actually give them alcohol poisoning from the fermentation. By the time I realized what was happening and how far away an emergency vet was, I realized it would be too late to actually get his stomach pumped by the time I would even get there. So thankfully he wasn't exploding, rupturing. He was puking. He was getting rid of as much of the excess bloat as possible. And yeah, he essentially got drunk off of it. He was to the point where you could tell he was drunk. He was not walking real well, but unfortunately there wasn't much I could do but just help him wait it out. He did all right. He made it through. But I'm like a helicopter parent now. I am all over. for him. I do not want anything to happen to him. I tell him all the time, you're the hardest thing in the world to keep alive, but I'm also the most motivated to keep him alive ever. He also has some kind of skin issue. It showed up when he was about 5 years old. He used to have a spot back here for the longest time, and you can kind of see the remains or evidence of it, but he no longer has that. Probably for the last 4, it might be 5 or 6 years that he had it. He's actually doing really, really well. He still has the primary spot on the top of his head. It's just a tiny little spot. He gets spots on his ears. Doesn't like me to touch them. But we're doing really, really well compared to what we had been. Sometimes he occasionally has to go on steroids to control it, but over the last year he's been really, really good, and it's been as good as it's been in a long time. About a year and a half ago, I ended up giving Minion his own TikTok account, and that ended up really blowing up. He's extremely expressive, very photogenic. I think it's pretty unusual for many people to train their small dogs. Sit, Minion. Sit. Yeah, that's a good boy. So photogenic, so obedient. He's an absolute blast to play with. Aren't you? Give me that stick. Give me that stick. Give it to me. Oh, yeah, tear it up, tear it up. Tear it up. Once he hit 1 million followers on his TikTok account, I actually made a mistake and fed it to him on live, and there were 23,000 people that watched him demolish a steak, and he didn't waste no time either. In short, he does all kinds of cool stuff. He can balance on an exercise ball, move it forwards and backwards, ride motorcycles, carry eggs without breaking them, eat eggs when I give it to him, but not when I'm not giving it to him. Most of the time, he just has a chill life as a dog. He knows the saying really well about go places, do things. Yeah, go places, do things. Minion's favorite pastime. Anyway, that's the recap of my good buddy Minion. He gets his very own...
Chegg helped me feel like I wasn't alone. I can get resources from experts and even professors that teach the subject.
On a warm August morning, clear... Sky above the coast of Normandy announced the start of a pleasant summer's day. Some 5,000 inhabitants of the port town of Harfleur, located close to the mouth of the river Seine, started their daily routines. It has been suggested that during one of the sorties, some of the French soldiers were captured and interrogated. If intelligence was indeed gathered that Charles was waiting near Péronne, it would explain Henry's subsequent move southeast to avoid the trap. Far away. Next morning, on St. Crispin's Day, the French began deploying some time after first light, while the English army left their tents well before dawn, as Henry wanted to be the first to deploy in an effort to show the enemy that his men were eager to fight. In the light of day, Henry was quick to realize that the dreadful rain from the night prior created an unexpected opportunity. The soil of the recently plowed fields, sown with winter cereals, was not the fine loam of the vineyards of France, but the thick clay of the Somme that retained much of the rainwater, turning the ground into a sticky quagmire. Aware that this would slow down any attack by cavalry or infantry, the king formed a defensive line, posting 3 divisions of dismounted men-at-arms in the center, with small groups of archers between each division, and 2 large contingents of longbowmen on each flank, in a concaved formation. The bowmen fixed sharpened stakes into the ground in front of them to disrupt the enemy's cavalry charge and impale their horses. 200 mounted archers were secretly sent through the wooded area on the flank, with orders to wait for the signal. This was a risky maneuver, as contingents of both armies patrolled the area around the battlefield. Meanwhile, Charles and the French leadership deployed 2 lines of several thousand infantrymen and dismounted men-at-arms, placing archers and crossbowmen between the divisions, with cavalry on the line was largely composed of mounted men-at-arms. A few chroniclers mention artillery pieces, but it appears those played no part in the battle. The size of the 2 armies is still hotly debated. Accounting for the losses at Harfleur and the garrison left to guard the town, Henry was left with around 6,000 troops for the campaign, comprised of around 1,000 men-at-arms and 5,000 archers. Meanwhile, the notion of a vast French army is out of context for medieval history. Prior to 1415 AD, the last time a French king was able to muster 15 to 6.
Keep at it! There'll be loot aboard those ships! Another ship inbound, Captain. It seems like they're calling for help.
Emergency meeting. Volition is officially dead. It's over. Tyron will never get his desk. I was in the middle of editing my final Saints Row reboot video where I was going to elaborate on the state of Saints Row, Deep Silver, and Volition, but this is a complete blindside. So let me just roughly say what I was going to say in that video. I don't know how anyone could be hopeful for this series anymore. They're not going to reboot the game again, and Volition is no longer with Deep Silver, the IP holders. The IP holders who insisted that the game be about friendship and himbos and the gig economy and hashtag that's relatable AF. And teal. Deep Silver really pushed the color teal for branding. I gotta make this clear, for as much as we all want to blame Volition, which we totally can for shoehorning in that awful combat system that they refused to let die with AOM, Deep Silver ultimately calls the shots for what the game is. Saints Row does not exist until they ask for one to be made. Whether they ask Volition or some other studio, they call the shots for what their IP is ultimately. It's literally their property. Volition wanted the reboot to be about gangs. Some of us in the core community were personally told early on that they were setting out to make Saints Row 2.5. But Deep Silver stepped in and said no. That kind of subject matter doesn't sell games. Water it all down and make it about friendship. There's so much to be said about that, I'm only scratching the surface. If you guys want a remaster of the old games, it's entirely up to Deep Silver, and they just don't believe there's money to be made with it. This is just this one CM's opinion, but it's nearly verbatim for every excuse I've ever heard for why they just won't do it. too long didn't read, they just don't think there's enough money to be made to make it worth the effort. I mean, of course, we would argue that if presented to a new audience, modern gamers would love a remaster of the OG games as much as the fans would. But of course, they don't give a shit and they won't admit that. They will just claim that the community shifted interest, so that's why they must meet these new expectations. They will never admit to their investors that they've done a bad job with modern Saints Row. It all comes down to what they think will bring in the most money. Saints Row fans are not the priority. In fact, now that they're starting to work on the Saints Row 2 patch again after all this time, there's some internal dialogue happening around the budget for it. How much more work is needed and if it's even worth it. That's not to say it's canceled, but... And that's basically where my old script stops, because now the studio Deep Silver hired to complete the patch has shut down. Volition is closing doors. So what does that tell you? Now, I had planned to just keep it vague about those budgeting concerns, but now it probably doesn't matter. They were concerned about issues regarding updated UI, unlock screens, UGC, QA testing, and more importantly, there was a growing concern about the budget for dedicated Steam servers for co-op and multiplayer. That was apparently looking to be rather costly for them. I even heard they were looking into using Epic Online Services instead of Steam. The word around Deep Silver is that they wanted it out ASAP. But that means ASAP or we're shelving this shit. How much more work is exactly needed to get this thing done? And the truth is, they haven't been able to get a clear answer about that. Not good. It could just be a coincidence that the day after the Steam sale ends, Volition is canned, because it really looks like the Embracer bubble is bursting all around. But in regards to the Saints Row 2 patch, maybe they're also using that data to say a free patch for a 15-year-old game is no longer worth funding, because obviously the gaming community is no longer interested in Saints Row, right? It couldn't be because they ruined the series. Well guys, I'm just going to leave you with this. I was a part of a group that was helping out with the Saints Row 2 patch. I documented bugs, wrote reports, and gave my input about enhancements and how the game can be improved. My NDA expired and they wanted me to sign a 10-year NDA to continue my efforts to help out. And I refused to resign. Signing that would mean I couldn't tell you guys anything. I have played the patch and progress was going quite well for a while. That's what made me so confident that this thing was going to be released eventually. But this whole mess with Embracer? This truly puts things in limbo. The facts are this. Deep Silver still owns the Saints Row IP. The Saints Row reboot could still have a sequel produced. The Saints Row 2 patch could still be in the works. Volition dying doesn't really matter all that much. In fact, the core group of people that were working on the Saints Row 2 patch were hired independently anyway. Volition wasn't really going to use their manpower for it until they were done with the reboot. And ironically, the moment they get done with it, they shut down. So is the patch still coming? I don't know. People who have worked close with it don't know. It would be tragic if we never saw it. But that's up to Deep Silver now. And I'm not really hopeful about that. As I've stated, with the budgeting concerns, it sounded like they were looking for a way out of it anyway. And well, maybe they got it. I personally know that Idle Ninja, as sick as he was on his deathbed, worked really, really hard on this patch. He cared so much about the Saints Row community. Saints Row fans were like a family to him, and he knew his contributions to this game would make all of our lives a little brighter. I got to see his love for all of us firsthand, but I often forget you guys are left in the dark about this stuff. This patch means so much, and I hope it continues. I hope they're able to fulfill Idle Ninja's legacy. But that's up to Deep Silver.
I'm recording. Let's do it.
I don't know, man. I really don't feel like a need for off tanking.
Alright, I got X over here.
So how long before the first nerf?
It better be quick. Are you kidding me? Like, literally everything is broken.
Yeah.
Like,
And reset. And let's go. I'm gonna put on some buffs.
Tipping, a generous act of courtesy you do when you're more than satisfied with the service you were provided, and you give them a little extra money. Usually you give these to your servers at restaurants, your barber, and strippers, just as a way of telling them you're doing a good job. Go get yourself a nice pair of undies. And this overall thing is practiced all around the world. It's not exactly a foreign concept for anybody. Tipping is a normal thing, but no place on earth lets it give out the tip more than the US of A. We go X Games mode with the tipping over here, cause we be giving everybody tips. We tip our delivery drivers, taxis, bellhops, housekeeping, house movers, bartenders. If you're an in-person service, then most likely you accept tips. Even my homie's last job at the gas station where he just pumped people's gas, he got over $100 in tips in one day. I didn't even know people tip for that. We love to tip everybody except the homeless. But has it gone too far? Let me go off real quick, but I've been seeing tipping options where I've never seen them before, like counter services, cashiers. I've never heard of tipping cashiers, but those blue blocks on the iPad beg to differ. One time I went to a concert and I went to the merch booth. I got a hoodie, bro handed me the hoodie, then turned around his iPad for a tip. Now I know these people don't get paid too well, but what in that interaction concurred a tip? Did he slip me $100 bill in a hoodie that I didn't see? I don't think so. So nah, I don't think I'm gonna tip. But I would usually see these in local businesses most of the time, so that's all fine and dandy. But I've heard Starbucks is also doing tips. Now, I don't really go to Starbucks because it's just not for me. I like my coffee a certain way. I like my coffee how I like my men. Long, black, and Vietnamese. And no offense to you Starbucks employees out there, but I'ma treat y'all like McDonald's and Burger King. Like, why would I tip the drive-thru cashier? That just sounds unnecessary. And as long as those restaurants are not asking for tips, then I'm never gonna tip. Don't get no ideas, please. However, I understand why these workers would want a tip, though. They work low-wage jobs, and sometimes they got families to take care of at home, so a tip or two would make their lives a little bit easier. But I'm selfish. I'm not trying to tip at Wendy's, bro. But I know that day will eventually come. I can smell it. This is the US. We'll somehow incorporate tipping into everything, so the employers can justify why they're paying their employees minimum wage. And whenever someone doesn't tip, they get mad at us instead of the business that's giving them a non-living wage. That's why tipping is super pushed. So restaurants, for example, can pay their waiters low salaries to encourage them to aim for tips. So the waiters have to be as upstanding, top of their tippy toes, holly jolly of a worker as possible to try to get ends meet. So the customer can walk away feeling happy about their experience, the owner of the restaurant being happy because of the profit and good look of the business, while the waiters walk away with a $2 tip and food stamps for a salary. Or at least that's just my theory, my game theory. Now people that have never had a job might say, ain't that a good thing? It makes the waiters actually try to do their job well. Bro, ain't nobody wanna work minimum wage, period, bro, in this economy. Doesn't matter if I'm getting tips, all it takes is one bad day of penny pinching tips to be like, well, Scoob, I guess we have to eat whatever's in the fridge tonight. I should know. I used to be a waiter. I was a waiter for weddings and other events in my late senior year, and my wage was decent, $15 an hour, and for a high school student, that's pretty good. Plus, I only worked on the weekends. Man, this job was gonna be a breeze. But that was only because I was a kid. I ain't need that much in the first place. All I thought is, if I can afford food, sold. But to spoil the fun, most of the time, I did not get any tips or very little tips. And 95% of my gigs was at weddings, so the food was already paid for. I was giving these niggas free food, and I got nothing. And I was always all nice and shit. I was never mean. I was all like, hello, hot diggity day, what would you lovely people like to have? I thought I was doing a good job. I even shaved off my hair to be more presentable, which is something I still regret to this day. Don't cut the hair you love for no jobs. Unless it look like this, you might get no job with that. I did get tips sometimes. The biggest tip I've ever gotten was $40 from a table of old white women and a gay dude. And from then on, they became my target audience. I'd always pick the table with the gay niggas, cause I know they'd give me the biggest tip. And me complaining about small tips might sound like a trivial problem, but I'm talking about like in the grand scheme of things of this kind of job. Like if I was an adult with this job paying bills, taxes, rent, all that, I could not live like this. I know this because I had coworkers in their late 20s, 30s, 40s who said they couldn't take care of themselves with this wage. That's why they sold drugs on the side. That's why we should hold these businesses accountable to have higher wages for their employees so they don't have to rely on tips anymore. We must rise against this corrupt business practice. Who's with me? You're just saying this because you just don't want to pay tips no more. Well, duh. I don't like tipping. Who does? Who wants to pay more of their own money when they don't have to? I'm not a misogynist, a masochist. Wrong word. I am the other one. I'm not saying I don't tip, I do, but mainly because I want to at least try to balance out my good deeds with my bad ones when I'm in the pearly gates. I'm not trying to go to hell because I didn't tip my IHOP waitress who so happened to be battling cancer and diabetes that one time. I'm trying to get to heaven. But if I gave zero, darns, dangs, or I would almost never tip. I would look at the bill, then pay the bill, then end it there. I would only tip if I received outstanding service, because, you know, most services nowadays are just average, you know, regular stuff, nothing to point out, but you still supposed to tip. In a perfect world, I would only tip if the person is enthusiastically nice. Fast service, give me a back massage, and also pay for my food. Then I would tip. I can understand tipping delivery drivers because they also need the money to pay for their gas, but that can go with the higher wage argument that I said earlier. And if they show up mad late, then I don't have to tip them. We should bring back the 30 minutes or less or the food is free rule. I'd start ordering food from Russia on purpose. Save myself a stack. And like I said earlier, I know these people need these tips to survive. I know they have mouths to feed. I know. I feel you. I feel you. But in the back of my mind, I know I have mouths to feed too. My own mouth. And tipping is slowly taking that away from me. Now I'm gonna starve. And remember earlier when I said tipping is not a foreign concept? Well, apparently it is to most countries. Every time I look in the comment section for a post regarding tipping, 90% of the comments will be from foreigners saying, well, over here in Timbuktu, Jumanji land, we never even heard of tipping. I didn't even know Jumanji was a real place, but it sounds like heaven if they don't tip. And it makes me think the people of the U.S. here are purposely fucking me with this tipping shit. It's to be expected we tip 20 to 25% of the bill here. You have a better chance pulling a gun on me and robbing me because that's the only way you're gonna get that much money out of me. And I've been seeing news reports about how there's a spread of self-checkout machines with tipping options. Who the hell am I tipping? Mr. and Mrs. Walmart themselves? Why they need my money? Why they need a tip? Any self-checkout tipping machine out there could suck the tip of my pee-pee. That's what you could do. And like I said earlier, I do tip my delivery drivers and waiters. I do. But I hate tipping. I bloody hate it. If I could abolish it, I would. I hate it. However, I know it's the right thing to do. Or at least I was raised to believe if I don't tip my waiters, I'm a dick. Which I don't really believe now, but I begrudgingly admit tipping won't kill me. So I still tip. How much I tip? None of your beeswax. And even though I tip most of the time, I'm not gonna tell y'all you should tip. You could do whatever you want with the money you've earned. Like, I could be spending my money on helping the children in Africa and building houses there. But how else am I supposed to pay for my drip? I need money for my clothes, man. Those kids in Africa, they're not gonna pay for me. But yeah, those are my thoughts on tipping. Employees need better pay, so I can stop paying. And in conclusion,
Element of surprise.
Did you pray today? Did you pray today? Cause
No,
if
you're
you
probably
didn't, I'ma have to you down on some gangster shit.
Once everything's perfectly organized, I'll start working on my thesis.
Grammarly will ensure you feel confident nailing your final thesis by supporting your writing journey from start to finish. Welcome.
Let's look at the tipping culture one first. This is fast.
Tipping. A generous act of courtesy you do when you're more than satisfied with the service you were provided. And you
Nope,
give the
you have to do it every time now, and if you don't, the delivery driver just doesn't show up. You only gave him $3. Yeah, well, you're only gonna get nothing.
a little extra money. Usually you give these to your servers at restaurants, your barber, and strippers, just as a way of telling them you're doing a good job. Go get yourself a nice pair of undies. And this overall thing is practiced all around the world. It's not exactly a foreign concept for anybody. Tipping is a normal thing.
Okay.
But no place on earth lets it give out the tip more than the US of A.
And I do think, yeah, you're definitely right. People in chat, in many places, tipping is not only not accepted or not the norm, but it's seen as an insult, as if like, oh, you need this money because you're a loser. I think that's the culture in Japan, for example. So there are actually many places in the world where tipping is not the norm. I think that actually, I don't know this. I'm just like kind of like ballparking it. It seems like there are more places where tipping is not the culture than it is the culture.
X Games mode with the tipping over here, cause we be giving everybody tips. We tip our delivery drivers, taxis, bellhops, housekeeping, house movers, bartenders. If you're in
like the way that I look at tipping, this is whenever I tip people, is that the only time I really ever tip people is if they're doing something that is incredibly personalized, like a haircut. And I think that, like, you know, the value of that is a little bit more determined, like it's like a little bit more flexible. Or if it's like at a restaurant. Like, I have no problem personally tipping people because I have a lot of money, and so it's not a big deal. So I'll tip people all the time. But like whenever I didn't have any money, I didn't really tip anybody.
In service, then most likely you accept tips. Even my homie's last job at the gas station where he just pumped people's gas, he got over $100 in tips in one day.
That's a lot.
I didn't even know people tip for that. We love to tip everybody except the homeless. But has it gone too far? Let me go off real quick. But
that was a good one. Man, bro, he didn't even, that was so good. We tip everybody except the homeless. That's so fucking good. And we just got this, we're just skipping over that? That was, oh man.
I've been seeing tipping options where I've never seen them before. Like counter services, you know, cashiers. Yeah. I've never heard of tipping cashiers, but those blue blocks on the iPad beg to differ. One time.
Have you guys ever seen a cashier, like whenever you go to a grocery store and there's a tip pad? I've never seen that personally. I go grocery shopping pretty regularly. Yeah, I've never seen it personally.
I went to a concert and I went to the merch booth. I got a hoodie, bro handed me the hoodie, then turned around his iPad for a tip. Now I know these people.
There's no way. Like, have you guys had that happen? I've never had that happen. Maybe it's in like a lot, like way smaller stores that are like boutique stores, and like I never go there. Is that legit? Like you get those at like what the fuck? I haven't been to a concert in years. That's cooked, yeah. Actually, real dude, because like I always viewed like buying merchandise as a tip. That's why I say like, you know, if you want to support OTK, you can buy a shirt or a hoodie. Like that is the fucking tip. What do you mean? Because like guys, listen. The like fucking video game streamer merch is it's an upcharge. It is. You're paying more for the brand and to support the brand and the people that are behind it. So like that is the tip. Buying it is the tip. It's just you tip the org and then or tip the streamer and then you get a shirt out of it. Like you don't tip for the privilege of being able to give a tip. What? It's crazy.
Bro, don't get
It's the
paid
tip
too
of the
well,
tip.
but what in that interaction concurred a tip? Did he slip me $100 bill in a hoodie that I didn't see? I don't think so.
No.
So nah, I don't think I'm gonna tip. But I would usually see these in local businesses most of the time, so that's all fine and dandy. But I've heard Starbucks is also doing tips. Now I don't really go to Starbucks.
Really? Is that true? Starbucks is doing it? I like last time I went to Starbucks, it was like meet some fucking money manager or some shit. This was like 3 years ago. I didn't even buy anything. Fuck that. Shit's expensive. Do Starbucks people, did they get paid an actual wage, or are they getting paid like 3 peanuts and a hot dog? They get paid? Okay, yeah. So they do get paid a wage. Okay.
Starbucks because it's just not for me. I like my coffee a certain way. I like my coffee how I like my men. Long, black, and Vietnamese. And no offense to you Starbucks employees out there, but I'm gonna treat y'all like McDonald's and Burger King. Like, why would I tip the drive-through cashier? That just sounds unnecessary. And as long as those restaurants are not asking for tips, then I'm never gonna tip. Don't get no ideas, please.
Well, I mean, I think that like really, it's like just because somebody asks for a tip doesn't mean you have to give them a tip. Like tipping a barista is normal, like tipping a waiter? No, it's not. I don't think it's normal because it's fundamentally different because a barista is being paid a livable wage, a minimum wage that is not, like they are not being paid with the intent. No, it's not. It's not normal. Yeah, I didn't think so. Like, they're not being, like, tipping people is normal in, like, let's say getting a haircut. It's tipping is normal whenever you go to a sit-down restaurant and people bring you your food. That's it. As you're tipping for haircuts? Yeah. Sometimes if I get a good haircut, yeah, I give them a bit more. Yeah, if it's like 15, well, I haven't gotten a haircut in like 3 years, right? So, like, $15 now is like $300 now. You know, it was like 15 or 18 bucks. I give them 20. It's like, yo, there you go. Like, I appreciate it, man. And that's it, I'm done.
However, I understand why these workers would want to tip, though. They work low-wage jobs, and sometimes they got families to take care of at home. So a tip or two would make their lives a little bit easier.
Well, wouldn't that just make anybody's life easier? I mean, like, what the fuck are we talking about here? Like who... Like, do you think that the people that are working at McDonald's are, like, any different than the people that are working at a construction crew? Or working at a Walmart? These people are working their ass off no matter what. Like, who gives a fuck? Like, oh, well, you know, you're doing this, so it's like, is it special? Fuck no, it's not special. Like, everybody works their fucking ass off. Or at least a lot of people do.
I'm selfish. I'm not trying to tip at Wendy's, bro. But I know that day will eventually come. I can smell it. This is the U.S. We'll somehow incorporate tipping into everything. So the employers can justify why they're paying their employees minimum wage. And whenever someone doesn't tip, they get mad at us instead of the...
This dude was fucking pissed. I just want to say it's a nice house for a $5 tip. Yeah, I know. You shouldn't have gotten shit. They give you $5 for free, you're gonna cry about it.
Business that's giving them a non-living wage. That's why tipping is super pushed. So restaurants, for example, can pay their waiters low salaries to encourage them to aim for tips. So
one of the cute things about this is that the origin of tipping, guess what the origin of tipping is in America? It was this really crazy thing that we had called slavery. Yeah. So like basically they would give ex-slaves money as tips. Yeah. Isn't that cool? That's the system that people are fighting to uphold. A vestige of slavery.
waiters had to be as upstanding, top of their tippy toes, holly jolly of a worker as possible to try to get ends meet. So the customer can walk away feeling happy about their experience, the owner of the restaurant being happy because of the profit and good look of the business, while the waiters walk away with a $2 tip and food stamps for a salad.
It's a $2.14. You know, that's the amount of money. Some places I work at restaurants, they get paid like $5-7 an hour, which is nothing. They get paid with tips, so it's not the same as a McDonald's worker for whatever. I get paid $14 an hour, and they got paid $5 an hour. What the fuck does that have to do with me? What the fuck is the restaurant paying? What does that have to do with me? I don't understand. Nothing. You be empathetic? Well, why can't they be empathetic to you? Who says that you've got money to burn? Who says this isn't the only time in the whole month that you can afford to go out to eat? You got like 3 kids. Like what is empathy goes both ways. The only difference is that you're not going in there asking them to foot the bill for your bad life decisions. You work as a fucking waiter. You sign a contract to work for $2. You signed up for this. Nobody signed you up for this. You're not a slave. It's so short-sighted. No, it's not. No, it's not at all. Don't make bad life decisions and do things that you don't want to do. Can you supplement my income, please, sir? Yeah. Get the fuck out of here.
Or at least that's just my theory, my game theory. Now, people that have never had a job might say, ain't that a good thing? It makes the waiters actually try to do their job well, bro. Ain't nobody want to work minimum wage, period, bro.
Yeah,
in this economy, doesn't matter if I'm getting tips. All it takes is one bad day of penny pinching tips to be like, well, Scoob, I guess we have to eat whatever's in the fridge tonight. Yep. I should know. I used to be a waiter. I was a waiter for weddings and other events in my late senior year, and my wage was decent, $15 an hour, and for a high school student, that's pretty good. Plus, I only worked on the weekends. Man, this job was gonna be a breeze. But that was only because I was a kid. I ain't need that much in the first place. All I thought is, if I can afford food,
that's
sold.
Good.
But to spoil the fun, most of the time, I did not get any tips or very little tips. And 95% of my...
Well, yeah, I mean, I think that's the way it is. People don't have choices. What if you're born into poverty? Capitalism oppresses us all, pitting us against each other. Okay, then that's the government's responsibility. It's not some other random person's responsibility. Then go get mad at the government, because the government are the ones that make this decision. Like, it's the government's fault that you're getting paid $2. It's not the company's fault. The company's just following the rules. It's not the customer's fault. The customer's just living their life. Then go over to the fucking Capitol building and stop complaining about tips. You just completely fucking misunderstand. It's not a company's responsibility to provide like some sort of like livable world for just people at large. A company's responsibility is to provide a product, and a government's responsibility is to provide a livable world. So focus on what matters. I don't want to fucking look. I don't want to have, you know, I don't want to have a world where people are expecting Microsoft and McDonald's to throw out lifelines and take care of people. You see how fucking unhealthy that is? That's such a bad idea. I can't believe anybody just gets fucking hoodwinked by this. You should be getting mad at the government. It's the government's fault. They wrote the rules. If other countries can make it so tipping isn't a thing, then why can't America do it? Because people in America are stupid. That's the reason. That's the reason. And it's actually really not any more complicated than that. So the problem with tipping culture is that it is a culture. If everybody decided tomorrow, we're not going to tip anymore, ayo, fuck that shit, then the entire system would change. But the problem is that people are so afraid of being seen in a social negative light that they give their own hard-earned money away just to avoid that uncomfortability. And that is how people get taken advantage of. And you know what I think? I think they're pathetic for letting it happen. You are a grown-ass fucking man. You are a grown-ass fucking woman. You need to make your decisions for yourself and stop trying to live your life in order to appeal to people that literally want to take your money away. Get the fuck out of here. This is a problem that can be immediately solved with the culture. The culture is what needs to change. Like, the laws will reflect the culture. The problem is that you have, this is the worst fucking thing. I watched another video about this. I said it in the other video. The people that love tips are middle class people that pray to God every fucking day and thank God every fucking day they're not living in the projects. People that are very wealthy either tip or they do not. It depends on whatever. But it is always these middle class people that are always shitting on the lower class for not being able to afford to tip. That's where it comes from. It's pathetic. The weak minds are easily controlled. They are, and that's why we have the tipping culture.
Gigs was at weddings, so the food was already paid for. I was giving these niggas free food, and I got nothing. And I was always all nice and shit. I was never mean. I was all like, hello, hot diggity day, what would you lovely people like to have? I thought I was doing a good job. I even shaved off my hair to be more presentable, which is something I still regret to this day. Don't cut the hair you love for no jobs. Unless it look like this. You might get no job with that.
Okay,
I did get tips
off.
sometimes. The biggest tip I've ever gotten was $40 from a table of old white women and a gay dude. And from then on, they became my target audience. I'd always pick the table with the gay niggas, because I know they'd give me the biggest tip. And me complaining about small tips might sound like a trivial problem, but I'm talking about like in the grand scheme of things of this kind of job. Like if I was an adult with this job paying bills, taxes, rent, all that, I could not live like this. I know this because I had coworkers in their late 20s, 30s, 40s who said they couldn't take care of themselves with this wage.
Then what are you doing with the fucking job? What are you doing, man? You're in your 30s. What the fuck you been doing the last 10 years of your life? Holy shit. What the fuck are you doing? It's you, yeah. Playing video games? That's fine. That's fine. The thing is, listen. It's totally okay to be in a bad position, but the problem is whenever you blame somebody besides yourself. Sometimes there are people who are in bad positions as a result of their own actions. It's crazy, isn't it?
That's why they sold drugs on the side. That's why we should hold these businesses accountable, to have higher wages for their employees, so they don't have to rely on tips anymore. We must rock.
Thank you so fucking much. That is exactly it. Yep.
Eyes against this corrupt business practice.
Yep.
Who's with me?
Yep. Yep.
You're just saying this because you just don't want to pay tips no more.
Yeah, true. Yo, fuck that shit. That's stupid. Yep. That's right.
Well, duh. I don't like tipping.
Exactly.
Who does? Who wants to pay more of their own money when they don't have to? I'm not a misogynist, a masochist. Wrong word. I am the other one. I'm not saying I don't tip. I do. But mainly because I want to at least try to balance out my good deeds with my bad ones when I'm in the pearly gates. I'm not trying to go to hell because I didn't tip my IHOP waitress who so happened to be battling cancer and diabetes that one time. I'm trying to get to heaven. But if I gave zero, darns, dangs, or I would almost never tip. I would look at the bill, then pay the bill, then end it there. I
think that, that's what you should do if you don't have the money to tip. I think that if you want to tip, that's totally fine. Good for you, right? You're going to help the dude out. That's nice. But you should never feel like you have to tip. Anybody that tells you that you have to tip, say, fuck you, bitch. You don't control me. I don't know you. It doesn't matter what you say. It doesn't matter what you think. That's it. You an NPC. So if you don't want to tip, don't do it. And if somebody gets pissed off about it, who gives a fuck what they think? It doesn't matter what they think. Nobody cares.
Tip if I received outstanding service, because, you know, most services nowadays are just average, you know, regular stuff. Nothing to point out. But you still...
That's all I want, by the way. Like, there are sometimes, like, I've had to get an Uber, like, from an airport or something, and, like, if the dude doesn't talk to me, I'll give him $5.
Supposed to tip. In a perfect world, I would only tip if the person is enthusiastically nice. fast service, give me a back massage, and also pay for my food. Then
I'm
I'll
about
tip.
that.
I can understand
Yeah.
tipping delivery drivers because they also need the money to pay for their gas, but that can go with the higher wage argument that I said earlier. And if they show up mad late, then I don't have to tip them. We should bring back the 30 minutes or less, or the food is free rule. I'd start ordering food from.
I don't want to. I don't want to see that. No, like I mean, I guess he's just like he's goofing out. Man, I remember I watched that movie. Holy fuck, that was a long time ago. It was like 2009.
Russia on purpose. Save myself a stack. And like I said earlier, I know these people need these tips to survive. I know they have mouths to feed. I know. I feel you.
Well, so do homeless people. So do everybody else. You think that waiters are the only people that are struggling? There's people that are struggling all over the place. Teachers get paid shit for money too. Like, what about them? Like, I think that you need teachers a lot fucking more than you need waiters. You want me to start feeling sorry for a person who walks food around? Get the fuck out of here. Like, come on.
Feel you. But in the back of my mind, I know I have mouths to feed too. My own mouth. And tipping is slowly taking that away from me. Now I'm gonna starve. And remember earlier when I said tipping is not a foreign concept? Well, apparently it is to most countries. Every time I look in the comment section for a post regarding tipping,
what's this graph?
It's to most
yeah, that's pretty much about it. Yeah, they don't do it like, I mean, I don't know what this thing is either, honestly. But like, yeah, they don't tip in most of these places. Mexico? I mean, like, yeah, pretty much.
Countries. Every time I look in the comment section for a post regarding tipping, 90% of the comments will be from foreigners saying, well, over here in Timbuktu, Jumanji land, we never even heard of tipping. I didn't even know Jumanji was a real place, but it sounds like heaven if they don't tip. And it makes me think the people of the U.S. here are purposely fucking me with this tipping shit. It's to be expected we tip.
Well, if you receive exceptions, so 20% is customary. That's a lot. I mean, I think that the reason why is that the U.S. has like, I don't know. I hear it's a problem in like places like South Korea too, like being extremely materialistic. Again, this is just secondary, but because the U.S. is so materialistic and so conspicuous about being materialistic, I think that's what causes so much of this stuff. Because now it's like tipping is not only about being able to, you know, like pay into this wage. It's also about being able to show that you have money. At this point, you're going to buy something, you have to add the tipping amount? Nah, I don't think so. I mean, like, it's crazy. You travel to Korea, Japan at least once? Yeah, it's crazy in Canada too? Wow. Bro, if you go out and pay for a $200 family meal, you have to pay a $40 tip? Fuck off. You don't have to do anything. What do you mean? Who said you have to do shit? I used to have a whole thing that I would do whenever I didn't have a lot of money is if they ever fucking made me tip, I would steal the silverware to make back the money. Fuck them, man. They're gonna goof me around like that.
20 to 25% of the bill here. You have a better chance pulling a gun on me and robbing me because that's the only way you're gonna get that much money out of me. And I've been seeing news reports about how there's a spread of self-checkout machines with tipping options.
No shot. Like what? Wait, where do self-checkout tips go? Wait, what the fuck? This is real? Oh my god. I just fuck all this, like what the fuck? What is going on? You know what? I gotta go to a Whole Foods. Maybe they got some stupid shit over there.
Who the hell am I tipping? Mr. and Mrs. Walmart themselves?
Yep.
Why they need my money? Why they need a tip? Any self-checkout tipping machine out there could suck the tip of my pee-pee. That's what you could do. And like I said earlier, I do tip my delivery drivers and waiters. I do. But I hate tipping. I bloody hate it. If I could abolish it, I would. I hate it.
So this guy's having a good time. He's having a real one. I don't think that they should abolish tipping at all. I think that it's a cultural problem. I do. I don't think that, like, I do think that, like, legally you should make it to where you have to pay a livable wage or minimum wage You know, like what the difference between those two things are is debatable, right? But you should have to pay minimum wage for every job, basically. And if a business can't make money by paying a minimum wage, then they can't afford to be in business. That's just how it is, in my opinion. So I think that's number one. Number two, I don't think that it should be illegal to ask for a tip at all. I don't think so. I just think that people need to develop, the culture needs to evolve to where that's not an expectation. And people need to stand up for themselves, have self-respect, and learn to say no. This is not a problem that you can legislate away. I don't want to just legislate it away, because there are instances whenever somebody, like, you know, for example, like I had a dude come by, and he was a electrician, and they fixed a lot of my shit, and I gave them like $200 extra because they did something that I didn't like. It wasn't really agreed on, but it was just something that had a lot of value to me, and I gave them that money because it was like whatever. And also I liked them, you know, bro. He was like there like the next day, so it's like, of course I'm gonna give you money, of course, because I want you to be there the next day, the next time, right? Like, this is just a situation. But like, I don't think that this needs to be legislated. This needs to be a cultural change.
I know it's the right thing to do, or at least I was raised to believe.
Yeah, sure.
If I don't tip my waiters, I'm a which I don't really believe now, but I begrudgingly admit tipping won't kill me, so I still tip. How much I tip? None of your beeswax. And even though I tip most of the time, I'm not gonna tell y'all you should tip. You could do whatever you want with the money you've earned. Like,
that's the thing, is like people, it's like, I have no problem with people that want to make their own decision, but the problem is whenever people want to make somebody else's decision.
Could be spending my money on helping the children in Africa and building houses there. But how else am I supposed to pay for my drip? I need money for my clothes, man. Those kids in Africa, they're not gonna pay for me. But yeah, those are my thoughts on tipping. Employees need better pay, so I can stop paying. And in conclusion,
Element of surprise.
Did you pray today?
Okay, this is a good video. I liked it. I mean, like, obviously, people have a lot of really strong opinions about this, especially people that used to work in food service, etc. They feel like they're entitled to getting tips. And I think that really the solution to that is to say, no, bitch, you're not. Nope, I'm not about it. You think that you are? You're not. You live off tips? I understand that you think that you're smart. I get it. And I'm really sad to see that. But it's actually quite the opposite. I used to make money off of tips, and I turned off donations because they were fucking annoying. People kept donating $3 to get me to read their stupid joke or talk about their fucking stream, and I said no. I don't want to do it anymore. Maybe I'll turn them back on at some point if I'm trying to raise money for something, or I feel like it. I think it'll be better for the content. I just turned them off. I didn't make it a big deal. I didn't talk about how much I cared about ethical consumption, because I don't give a fuck about that. It's just annoying to me. You have to appreciate you're in a different position than a waiter, though? What the fuck I give a shit about a waiter's position? What's that got to do with me? You think I give a fuck about them? They don't give a fuck about me. But it's not my responsibility. Why would I give a fuck about their problems? You think they care about everybody that comes into the building? Some construction worker comes in there and they work their fucking ass off. They've got health problems because they're fucking breathing in limestone and different unhealthy chemicals. You think I give a fuck about that? Zero empathy, bro. It's the opposite. I have a lot of empathy for them. That's why I don't want to see this happen. I don't think this is good for them either. Not disagreeing, I'm just saying you might have a different point of view in their shoes. Of course I would. What do you tell you? What like, do you think this is some kind of like divine insight that if you needed money, you would care about money more? Of course that's fucking true. You stupid? No fucking shit. Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, if I needed money, I would care more about getting money. Wow, why didn't I think of that? Why are you shaming someone for taking an unskilled job instead of being homeless? The government needs to step in, but there are some people born in unfortunate circumstances. What circumstance is somebody born into Like, I'm sure that there are instances where this is the case. But what the fuck are we talking about somebody who's 30 years old that's doing this? What have they did the last 10 years of their life? I guarantee, I know people that I went to high school with. I've seen them grow up. I've seen them live their life. And a lot of them just fuck around. They fuck around. They don't do anything to improve their life. They don't care. And that's all there is to it. These are grown-ass fucking adults. These are not people that have like a crippling disability. They're not people who, their house burned down. They're just lazy morons. And that's the majority. Of course, everybody's heart goes out to somebody who is crushed under the waves of circumstance. Absolutely. But let's not go and pretend that's the majority. The majority of people are people that make bad decisions with their own life, and then they have to live with those decisions, and they want everybody else in the world to say sorry for it. These are people who skip school constantly, didn't give a fuck about learning, didn't want to learn any sort of thing that provided any value to anybody else, and then they think that it's their fault, it's the world's fault that they have no value. There's no accountability. You live in a fucking first world country. You have access to MIT level education from the internet that I guarantee you all these fucks that are complaining about this have a smartphone, especially if you're sitting here in my chat at 2 in the morning. If you've got enough time to sit there, own a fucking PC or a smartphone to watch an internet stream about a video game at 2 in the morning, you're going to tell me that you don't have it good? You've got it so fucking good you have no idea. There's people that live in Africa that just die. You have access to any level of education that you want in the whole world. You can do anything, you can learn anything you want. You have more access to education than nobility had 500 years ago. You want to cry about circumstances. Yeah, there's always going to be an exception. But the odds are your lazy ass isn't it. I used to be a lazy piece of shit. And the reason why I didn't have a job is because I set my availability to during the raid times. And I didn't want to have to wake up early. And you know what? They never called me back. And that's my fault. I did that. They didn't do that. Society didn't do that. I did. I'm not talking down. I'm speaking from experience.
Greetings. I have returned. Last week I asked you guys to send me your wildest confessions. Confessions that y'all were planning on taking to your grave. And I'm not gonna hold y'all. You guys delivered. But you guys delivered a little too well. And as of writing this, I've had more than 5,000 emails sent to me within the first 24 hours of me posting the video. I didn't know it was Mr. Popular. And these confessions are just one big mess, like a casting couch. Some of these confessions go from I farted in school to so I killed my mom. So yeah, these were all over the place. A lot of y'all also just undershared, meaning the stories were like nothing, like they were basically normal life occurrences. I trolled my friend on Roblox one time and I felt bad. Now, I know you most likely a kid that's typing this out, but that's not a I felt bad. Now, I know you most likely a kid that's typing this out, but that's not a confession. Did you also kidnap your friend? That's what I would want to know. And apologize to your friend. Some of y'all also send those long Stephen King novel length level of confessions. I ain't reading all that. And the few times I did read all that, most of the stories weren't even all that. So why did you write all that? And the other half of y'all overshared. I understand I told you to tell me things that you were planning on taking to your grave, but I wasn't ready. I was not ready for what you guys were about to send me. I underestimated myself. I underestimated you guys. Because most of the disgusting things y'all send me were about playing with your meat. A lot of things about poop and pee. I even saw a few brother-sister activities. I don't want to get too into them. You people need a lot more help than I expected. I mean, I knew there was going to be stuff about playing with meat, but the cousin stuff, that was out of left field, man. It's like y'all living in an anime. A bad one. But still, thank you so much to everyone that sent one, even though some of y'all are terrible people. But if you love me, I love you. The love is mutual, but some of y'all need help. But without further ado, let's just start reading some. I'm gonna read some not so bad ones first, just so we can start in a, a not so bad note, like a happy note. Let's start with this one titled, Silly Little Secret. Anyways, at a sleepover at my friend's, one of my friends mysteriously had one of his glasses lenses come out. I accidentally stepped on it because it was dark at night and he put it on the floor. Ah, shucks. That honestly sucks for your friend, dude. Make sure to apologize to them. Alright, that was a nice one. Alright, next confession. Nutted on my grandma. What in the fuck? Brother, when I was 14, I was doing my thing in my room, wanking my as you do. And bro, it sucked. Like, I couldn't get my going, so I was just scrolling through my phone and I found a photo of this lady holding a dog. I didn't wank it to the dog. Thank you for clarifying that. I was getting worried. And didn't know who she was, and I was like, she's kind of fire, so like I got my shit going in. Like a year later, I was flying to America to go to my grandma's funeral, and bro, I recognized her. They used the same image I nutted on a year earlier, dude. I'm sorry, Grandma. I got hard during the speeches, though. What? Love your videos, by the way. Ah, thank you, man. Honestly, I could have forgiven you for most of it because, you didn't know and you just found out. But that last part, bro, that was unwarranted, bro. You need help. Okay, this next one is titled, Do I Regret It? And the first word is yes. You know when you're in a weird crew of teenagers in high school? Well, I was. And we were playing Truth or Dare. I ate poop off the floor. Wow. I hope those crew of teenagers are behind bars right now because those are not your friends. What kind of friend would dare another friend to do something like that? You should have pooped on the floor and threw it at him. I hope you're doing better, dude. Okay, this next one is just titled Confession. And the confession is, I like One Piece. Oh, hell nah! Get this man out my sight! I don't want to see you ever trying to talk to me ever again! Man's trying to start a second pandemic with all those nasty diseases he's trying to spread. Just get out of here! Never come back! Okay, this next one is titled Rip for My Nub. This happened when I was 7, when I was in my cousin's pool visiting for his birthday. And me and my older cousin were playing with the pool drain for the jets and shoving things in there. It got to the point where we were shoving body parts in the drain. Then my older cousin bet me some decent Pokemon cards to shove my thing in there. So yeah, my childish ass brain took the deal. In a few seconds, everything was well till I felt a crazy acute pain where a thing was supposed to be. And yeah, so most of my willy got sucked up and now I have a little nub for it. So jump back to present day, my girlfriend wants to get dirty with me and I don't know how to tell her about my tiny nub. Any advice? Also, my balls are still there, don't worry. You know what? I relate to the story. I mean, not to the no pee-pee part, but like to the water jet thing. Every man has thought about doing that, no matter what age. Every man has thought about doing those things with the water jets in the pool. So that's nothing to be embarrassed about. It's just sad that you had the worst outcome possible. At least you can still have kids, bro. And as for your girlfriend, of course you're gonna have to tell her eventually. Hopefully she takes it well and both of you guys can go through this and live happily ever after. And the next time you guys ever wanna do the dirty, just take her to Six Flags. The King the Ka is more exciting than anything that can happen in the bedroom. I wish the best for you and your relationship, bro. I love you. And I hope you got those Pokemon cards. Next one is titled, My Mother is a Karen. When I was a child, I found out that my mother was a Karen. One time while we were at a fast food chain, she pushed down a glass vase because her food took too long. Once we left, she said, "It should take them at least the entire night to clean that up." There was another time when she ordered a hamburger with no pickles for my younger sibling. However, the workers accidentally added pickles. This caused my mother to fly into a rage and start yelling at the worker throughout the drive-thru while my father tried to convince her to stop. It got so bad that the manager had to threaten to call the police on her. Luckily, that didn't happen. I feel bad for all the children of Karens, bro. Moment of silence for them. Because every time they go out with them, they have the risk of encountering the scariest thing imaginable. A minor inconvenience. And now they're screaming at the cashiers for doing their job, but not in the way that she wanted it. I feel bad for you, my friend. I hope your mom realizes one day and thinks to herself, wait, am I a bitch? I hope the best for you. Stay strong. You can get through this. All right, this next one is titled, I ruined my friend's chance of getting a girlfriend on accident. I was talking to a girl my friend likes and the girl hated anime. I did not know this, but my buddy loved it. So I tried to help my friend by talking about good stuff he does. I don't know why I mentioned that he loved anime, but I did. And the girl said, he likes anime? Ew! And at that moment, I realized I screwed up. There was no going back. She avoided him for the rest of the year and I never told him. Honestly, you made your friend dodge a bullet right there. That girl is no good for him. Who gets so turned off by a person like an anime that they never interact with them for the rest of the year? Unless your friend is one of those weird ones, which I doubt. I trust your friend. Then that girl's just being over the top. They would have never worked out in the end. You did a good thing for your friend, bro. You are the hero of this story. Next. My confession is I beat my dick with mustard. Okay. Next one can't be as bad. One time me and my brother pissed in a bottle and we started taking turns pouring it on each other. Sounds very smelly. All right, next one can't be as bad. I found my sister and my mom's OnlyFans and I subbed to both of them. I guess you gotta keep money in the family somehow. You trying to create that generational money. At least I hope. Okay, next one can't be as bad. It can't be as bad. I fucked my stepsister in Mexico. Not even kidding, bro. You know that I can see your names, right? I might be censoring your names in the video, but doesn't mean I can't see them when I'm reading the email. I can say your names.
USA, what's new with you? A lot of our schools here are shifting to a 4-day school week. So a 3-day weekend every week? Yeah, it's a long weekend for everyone. Isn't that nice? Certainly. So we did that so that kids can have like more leisure time. We actually have a shortage of teachers. So we did that so the teachers would stay. It would make more sense if you raise their salary, but also who would stay with the kids? Well, it's not our responsibility who babysits them. But this would make sense if everyone had a 4-week work week. But like, this way it's weird. Why? The kids will be happy. It's a 3-day weekend. US, never mind them. It's a good idea. China, you have like one of the strictest school systems. I know, just let them do that. In the future, we're gonna dominate. You know, it was scientifically proven that it was better to have 4 days, not 5. Sure, buddy. USA, what's new?
This wrap was out of stock for over a year. Customer brought the car straight from the dealership.
French has officially been removed as the official language of the West African country of
Crap, I had a nickname for Obama, but I forgot it.
What kind of nickname?
Like, you know how Biden is Sleepy Joe? You were black something, but I don't remember the other word.
I was black what?
Was it racist? No, I promise it was not racist. The second word started with an N.
In the new Left 4 Dead 2 update, restored the knife's original horizontal swing trajectory.
I just want to say something to you, Bethesda. Just want to say a little something. There is nothing I love more. Taking my headphones off. Fuck that. Bethesda. There is nothing I love more than to sit down, comfy chair, turn on my PC, fire up a brand new RPG, lose myself. Think, oh my god, just think of this world. Just think of all the planets I can visit, all the immersive things that I can get involved with, all the fights, all the relationships, all the people I meet, all the places I go. I'm so excited to go there. And you know, I love nothing more than, with all of that laid out in front of me, I love nothing more than to be dragged out at every fucking conceivable opportunity so you can fucking current day us. Sorry, did you want to get immersed in our world? Yeah, well, guess what? Fucking pronouns! Fucking gender ambiguity! Fucking current day Californian shit! Because that's all we fucking know! Because we're boring! We're so fucking boring! We can't see past our own fucking reflection! That's the level of our narcissism here at Bethesda Western Game Company! Fuck your immersion, fuck you having a good time, fuck you falling into a world and just getting lost. No, current fucking day. Fuck off. You're boring, you're fucking dull, you have nothing to say. You are a one-hived mind twat waffle. That's all you fucking are. And you wonder why people are getting so fucking sick and tired. You take everything we love, all our immersions, all our fantasies, all our escapism, and you just can't help shovel your dog shit, fucking crap ideology into everything, every single solitary fucking thing.
Work hard, play harder. Set it off with
Snow White, How to Destroy Your Own Movie. They're making a new Snow White? Oh yeah, they said they were making a new Snow White, but they got rid of the dwarfs, right? With no dwarfs? So it's Snow White and the 7 people?
You know, sometimes in life you just can't catch a break, and it seems like everything you do to try to fix the situation only ends up pushing things from bad to worse to catastrophic. Like, I once saw a drunk guy stagger out of a late night takeaway with a kebab in hand, only to lose his grip on his prized lump of artery-clogging saturated meat and fumble to catch it before it fell to the ground, causing him to lose his balance and stumble face first into a plate glass window. And thinking about that poor unfortunate drunken soul who had to retreat home with no food, a bloody nose, bruised ego, and the mocking laughter of me and my friends ringing in his ear.
I don't know why, it's so much funnier the second time. God, bro, that shit was good.
I'm reminded of Snow White actress Rachel Zegler, who seems to be single-handedly tanking the box office prospects of her multi-million-dollar movie, to the point where even industry experts are warning that she's rapidly turning into box office poison. See, one of the weird little side effects of the current Hollywood strikes is that there's not a whole lot of news and controversy coming out of tinsel.
Yeah, there's nothing else happening, so people are getting fired up over Snow White. Who gives a fuck about Snow White? That shit was boring when I was 7. Like, I remember watching that and I'm like, oh my god, when is this shit gonna be over?
Town right now, which has given the internet a bit more time to reflect on other things, like past interviews on the subject of Snow White that were largely ignored at the time, but have soon come back to haunt Disney and Rachel in recent weeks. And holy shit, have they provided fertile ground for backlash and mockery.
What happened?
I was scared of the original cartoon. I think I watched it once and then I never picked it up again. I just mean that it's no longer 1937, and we absolutely
Did it come out in 1937?
wrote a Snow White that is
not going to be saved by the prince.
She's not going to be saved by the prince, and she's not going to be dreaming about true
Well,
love.
why not? What's wrong with getting saved by the prince? What the hell?
She's dreaming about becoming the leader she knows she can be, and the leader that her late father told her that she could be if she was fearless, fair, brave, and true. Reality is that the cartoon was made 85 years ago, and therefore it's extremely dated when it comes to the ideas of women being in roles of power. I'm gonna stand there 18 hours.
I'm trying to remember what even originally happened. Well, no, I mean, I don't really think that makes sense, though. Because, like, it's not like whenever it came out, it was a period piece. It's not like this was like, because in 1937, people couldn't afford dirt. Because it was like the Great Depression and shit. You see what I mean, right? So, like, it was World War II. No, that was like a bit after that. World War II didn't come out until like 5 years after. I mean, it was whatever, right? It was like in 1939, then Pearl Harbor was in 41. Whenever Snow White came out, it was about like medieval times. Did anybody in Snow White have a gun? I don't think people had cars in Snow White, did they? They had like horses and shit, right? Yeah, like horses and carriages. So like, back in the day, the reality is that guys ran everything and women didn't really do a whole lot. That's just how it was back then. So if you tell a medieval story and it doesn't go like that, well then it's not really accurate. It's not really true to what it was, and that's fine. You can tell a fantasy story, that's okay. But I don't think that this was really a product of it being 1937. It was a product of it being a movie that was built off of the fucking Middle Ages. I don't know. I mean, am I crazy here? I mean, it does seem like this girl has the biggest chip on her shoulder. Absolutely. She doesn't like the movie. She's making it again, but she wants it to be totally different. Snow White isn't even in a movie. The prince is the main protagonist.
In a dress of an iconic Disney princess, I deserve to be paid for every hour that it is streamed online. But it's really not about the love story at all, which is really, really wonderful. And whether or not she finds love along the way.
Well, I mean, why is that good that she doesn't have anybody to be in love? What's wrong with these people? What is wrong with them? Like, I don't understand this. Why? Crazy? Yeah, like, why? It's just like did she just get over like a breakup or something? And this is like a way to just like express herself? I don't get it.
Way is anybody's guess
Oh,
until 2024. All of Andrew's scenes could get cut. Who?
The movie, she's making it again, but she wants it to be totally different. Snow White isn't even in the movie. The prince is the main protagonist.
In a dress of an iconic Disney princess, I deserve to be paid for every hour that it is streamed online. But it's really not about the love story at all, which is really, really wonderful. And whether or not she finds love along the way.
Well, I mean, why is that good that she doesn't? What's wrong with getting saved by the prince? What the hell?
She's dreaming about becoming the leader she knows she can be, and the leader that her late father told her that she could be if she was fearless, fair, brave, and true. Reality is that the cartoon was made 85 years ago, and therefore it's extremely dated when it comes to the ideas of women being in roles of power. I'm gonna stand there 18 hours.
I'm trying to remember what even originally happened. Well, no, I mean, I don't really think that makes sense, though. Because, like, it's not like whenever it came out, it was a period piece. It's not like this was like, because in 1937, people couldn't afford dirt. Because it was like the Great Depression and shit. You see what I mean, right? So, like, there's World War II. No, that was like a bit after that. World War II didn't come out until, like, 5 years after. I mean, it was whatever, right? It was like in 1939, then Pearl Harbor was in 41. Whenever Snow White came out, it was about like medieval times. Did anybody in Snow White have a gun? I don't think people had cars in Snow White, did they? They had like horses and shit, right? Yeah, like horses and carriages. So like, back in the day, the reality is that guys ran everything and women didn't really do a whole lot. That's just how it was back then. So if you tell a medieval story and it doesn't go like that, well then it's not really accurate. It's not really true to what it was, and that's fine. You can tell a fantasy story, that's okay. But I don't think that this was really a product of it being 1937. It was a product of it being a movie that was built off of the fucking Middle Ages. I don't know. I mean, am I crazy here? I mean, it does seem like this girl has the biggest chip on her shoulder. Absolutely. She doesn't like the movie. She's making it again, but she wants it to be totally different. Snow White isn't even in the movie. The prince is the main protagonist.
In a dress of an iconic Disney princess, I deserve to be paid for every hour that it is streamed online. But it's really not about the love story at all, which is really, really wonderful. And whether or not she finds love along the way.
Well, I mean, why is that good that she doesn't have anybody to be in love? What's wrong with these people? What is wrong with them? Like, I don't understand this. Why? Crazy? Yeah, like, why? It's just like did she just get over like a breakup or something? And this is like a way to just like express herself? I don't get it.
Way is anybody's guess until 2024. All of Andrew's scenes could get cut. Who knows?
Shite.
Who's Andrew? Who the fuck's Andrew?
Shite. Oh yes. That's shite.
No offense, Rachel, but you're making it pretty
The
tough for
prince?
people to like you. Now, I don't pretend to know what exactly was going on in her head when she said stuff like this. Maybe she was just a bit nervous and overwhelmed by all the attention and didn't know how to respond with the kind of slick, blandly diplomatic answers that a more experienced celebrity might have given. Maybe it's because she's young and idealistic and just blurted out the first thing that came into her head about the movie and the
Yeah.
character. And so I don't really want to dump on her too much for all this controversy. Yeah, she's definitely creating the impression of a spoiled, entitled, narcissistic actor who totally doesn't appreciate the amazing opportunity she's been given. Yeah, her comments on the actors' strike were pretty poorly judged for someone getting paid more from one movie than most actors make in their entire lives. And yeah, the things she's saying about Snow White make it seem like the very antithesis of the animated classic that stood the test of time, a lot better than her own movies likely to. But really, when you get right down to it, she's just another dumb actor saying what she thinks people want to hear.
Yeah, I think people need to realize that actors are not politicians. They don't fucking know. Like, you ask an actor about what they think about something like this, you might as well go ask an electrician. Go ask a school bus driver. That's like the same level of fucking understanding that is intrinsic to the job. What the fuck? Yeah, go ask a janitor. Like, why do people care so much about what actors think about a social issue?
Bigger problem is the studio culture that someone like Zegler represents, because you can bet your left arse cheek that most of these talking points were handed to her directly by the PR people at Disney. Yeah,
I don't know. I mean, like, you think that's true? I don't know. I feel like Disney probably doesn't want them to talk about any of this shit. Because, like, Disney's already had a lot of recent controversies. So, like, if I was Disney, I bet they would probably say, don't fucking talk about this shit. And then she goes on and talks about it. I mean, they could be trying to do, like, a all publicity is good publicity strat, where it's like, okay, we're gonna say a bunch of really controversial stuff that gets people mad so they'll watch the show. But I don't think that's gonna happen.
Might not have phrased them in the most elegant way, but the sentiment they represent is dead on brand for a company that's become the studio equivalent of a snake eating its own tail, desperately cannibalizing their back catalogue of classic movies in an increasingly futile
I watched the Aladdin live action one. I thought it was okay.
attempt to stay relevant. See, when it comes to their other live-action remakes of animated movies, they were generally smart enough to stay pretty quiet about the little changes they were sneaking in for modern audiences. Yeah, sometimes actors and writers would slip up and say a bit more than they were supposed to, and things got a bit more overt with Peter Pan and the Little Mermaid.
That was fun.
Look at us, all together again.
Shot! Shot!
One shot. They can't kill us, right?
But for the most part, they were content to pay tribute to the originals and market the remakes as respectful adaptations.
Yeah, sure.
Right from the off, though, they seem to have taken a very different approach with Snow White.
Am I the only person that doesn't want a remake of
Oh my
the
God, dude.
cartoons? Like, I don't want a remake of this. It was good then, it's good now. It's still fucking good. What are we doing?
Feels like they're making a concerted effort to cast the original movie as some horribly dated relic of a bygone era
Yeah,
that we're
I
all
remember watching, like, I remember seeing this and, like, I don't remember there being anything really bad about it. Shit. Yeah, I thought it was a movie for girls. I was like, what's this bullshit?
supposed to look back on and laugh at with the benefit of our modern enlightened hindsight. Rachel certainly doesn't think much of it, and neither does Gal Gadot if their interviews are anything to go by. And
well, she's not gonna, I mean, to be fair, it's not like she's gonna go and, like, actively debate her about this in front of the interview. I mean, she's just like, yeah, you're totally right. Okay, are we done? Great, I've gotta go. Like, that's probably the way she feels about it. Like, I wouldn't even believe, because she's not going out and saying this on her own. Yeah, and also Wonder Woman, that was because she was in Wonder Woman. Wonder Woman was pretty good.
There's something weirdly outdated now about turning the main character into this fanatically independent, power-hungry girl boss who doesn't need a man. It's the kind of talking points that were all the rage 5 or 6 years ago when this whole movement in Hollywood was still in its infancy, but that was then and this is now. The strong female lead isn't the fresh new concept it was back in 2016. In fact, even in the mainstream media, there's a growing acceptance that this kind of bland, superficial archetype has run its course, to the point where it's become kind of a meme in its own right. Either way though, I can't help wondering...
Well, I think people see it and it doesn't seem realistic. And that's why people don't buy into this kind of stuff in the same level. It's like, this is just like back in, especially if it's a dated period, it's like a period piece of like the old times. It just didn't happen that often. Like, let's be real.
Is this really the attitude you want to display towards one of the most beloved...
And also, I think like another one of the problems is that a lot of times with these characters, they push for these characters because they want these characters to be representative of like something positive. And because they want the character to be representative of something positive, they don't give the character a lot of negative traits or bad values or weaknesses, because they don't want people to see the character as weak in any capacity. So you create a character that's good at everything, that never does anything that's morally ambiguous, and can never be wrong or can never lose, because if it did, then it would destroy the goal that the character is there to create. So like, that's what the problem is.
Animated movies of all time, the one that literally made Disney what it is today? Do you really want to be seen shitting on the accomplishments of previous generations when your own efforts are probably never going to reach the same heights of cultural influence?
It's never going to be the same. People are going to remember this shit in 100 years.
Because at a certain point, it really just comes across as a jealous, envious attempt to drag down other people's work rather than elevating your own. As Mahler so aptly put it in one of his videos, this isn't a passing of the torch, it's a torching of the past. It's a
that's clever, I like that, smart.
deliberate attempt to rewrite history and destroy the legacy.
Mahler's the guy that did an 8-hour video about how Dark Souls 2 was bad. I've watched the entire thing twice. He's a really smart guy. I love him.
Of the thing you're so desperate to supplant, while conveniently forgetting that there's a reason movies like Snow White have been enjoyed by generations of audiences. Yep. The stories they told are timeless and universal, instead of trying to catch the ever-changing winds of the political and social zeitgeist. They weren't written for modern audiences, they were written for every audience from the 1930s to the 2020s, and that's precisely why they worked so well. And as much as you and your friends might look down on them and mock them for not aligning with whatever fads and trends happen to be the current thing, the inconvenient truth is that they'll still be remembered long after your own lesser efforts have been forgotten.
Well, of course, because the shows that are remembered for a very, very long period of time are, I think the stories that are the most well remembered and the stories that resonate the best with people for the longest period of time are the ones that reveal some sort of internal truth. There is like a core internal truth to something like a lot of the Greek myths, or the Bible, things in the Bible, the Green Mile, you know, movies that were really, really good. Let me think. Lord of the Rings, I think this is a very big one. And The Matrix, yeah, The Matrix is another very, very recent one. People will be watching and you know, think The Matrix is cool in 50 years. People are still using Red Pill to this day, non-stop. They're using it probably more now than they did 10 years ago. And so these types of stories are what is interesting. And so you cannot tell a story that is contrary to just the core human truth of existence and then expect for it to have any sort of staying power. Because the best that can do is just be interesting for a conversation piece, and then people forget about it. That's what I think.
You are but a passing ripple in the pond of history, whereas they are history.
Yeah, they are.
Anyway, that's all I've got for today. Go away now.
Alright, well that was a nice video. What a nice guy. I don't think I've watched a lot of his videos. I remember this guy was named the Critical Drinker. I'll give it a like and give him a sub. Was named as one of the axes of evils on on some website for like commentary content. And you know, I can see obviously like where the angle here is coming from, but holy fuck. Some of these people are just crazy drinkers. Funny, yeah, I think it's great, and I can always appreciate and respect somebody who can make a video only 6 minutes long. But I think that's really what stories are, that's where the best stories come from, is stories that, like, they reveal some type of internal truth that people know to be real, and it is true to them. So you can't write something that is, that's like antithetical to like nature or core human behavior, and then expect it to have any staying power or to have anybody remember it or care about it, because it doesn't reveal anything. People don't read it and think to themselves, oh yeah, this is just like, you know, like they can't relate real events to that. They can't compare it to anything. They can just make new content. Yeah, but if they make new content, nobody's gonna watch it. That's really just the truth. Like they have to co-opt the old stories and then try to use those, because nobody's going to watch the new content. It's Disney. They're not making us to be woke. They're making it purely for capitalistic reasons. It refreshes copyright and IP. That's it. They don't care about anything else. Yeah, well, if that was the only reason, then why wouldn't they just try to make it true to form anyway, right? Like, I mean, you still have to get people together and do one direction, so they go in this direction instead. Like, you could definitely be right, and I'm not saying that you're wrong, but I still don't think that's necessarily a complete excuse. Why would you make exactly the same movie again? Because that's what people want to see.
Someone sits down next to you in a 5-hour flight. Your worst nightmare is that they're wearing
Axe body spray.
Uh-oh. Yep. Uh-oh.
I regret to inform you, the men are not okay. That's right, folks. The men are not okay. The men have no friends.
Men have fewer friends than ever, and it's harming their health. The male friendship recession is having dire consequences.
No girl.
What's behind the rise of lonely single men? Well, I mean, probably a lot of things.
Girlfriend. No college.
Generation of American men give up on college. I just feel lost. Yeah, that sucks.
College education, no money, are breaking their legs and inserting metal rods into their bones.
It's finally over. From 5'5" to 6'0". What if they measured him in like a year after this, and it turned out that he was 5'11"? Because like, I feel like that's kind of the same thing as 5'5", right? Yeah. Does he get his money back? Does he get to sue them? Like, how does that work? I mean, by the way, I don't think this is like anything wrong with men. I mean, like, girls get boob implants all the time, right? They get the Brazilian fucking butt lift stuff too. So like, I don't think this is really that surprising.
A few inches taller, and listening to AI Batman help them overcome their pornography addiction.
I've seen these, where it's like Master Chief explains to you why you shouldn't jerk off to incest porn. Master Chief convinces you to clean the dog poop out of your bathtub. No, I'm serious. Like, bro, like, I'm not kidding. Now, I'm not gonna watch one of these, because if I do, I'll probably have to jump out the window. But I just want you to know that it exists.
You deserve real love.
Oh,
Turns out the society that was built by and allegedly for men has indeed let them down. Now you might be thinking, oh look, another boo-hoo poor men video by Shoe on Head. Yes. And if you have a problem with that, tune into literally anything else.
The man question.
Men are in a crisis.
I don't know how people drink energy drinks. What the hell? What? They taste good? Bro, I've never had one. I had like 2 sips, I said nope.
And it seems nobody really cares. And the people who do care just seem like the people who want to sell them shit. Not me.
Yeah, there's like guys like, yeah, I really care about your problems. Please subscribe to my fucking newsletter for $25 a month, and it'll tell you how to grow chest hair. And that's what you need. You need to get chest hair, aviator sunglasses, and you have to only wear fitted jeans. And if you do that, you're gonna actually be cool.
I'm different. So before we get into this, let's quickly get into today's sponsor. Today's sponsor is Holzkern. Holzkern is a young Austrian company that designs
Do you
unique...
guys remember whenever Summit got his sponsorship dropped from Monster because he was smoking weed on stream? And I went and I said that, you know what Monster Energy should do is they should have a competition. Have somebody that smokes weed nonstop next to somebody who drinks Monster Energy drinks nonstop, and let's see who dies first. And I heard through the grapevine that Monster Energy is not willing to work with me in any capacity whatsoever.
Crafted watches.
Because I was right.
And jewelry made from all natural materials. Their high-quality timepieces come in various designs for both men and women, making them the perfect gift for any occasion. They're a great blend of function and fashion, and overall I just think they look very classy, especially the men's watch collection. I was pretty impressed with the silver casing and blue marble dial of the Naturalist watch, which made for a great gift for my boyfriend. He especially loved the casual yet stylish appearance, making it an ideal choice to wear both at work and at home. I'm also really happy with the watch I picked out.
I've never worn a watch.
It's made from
well, actually, I wore a watch in like 4th grade and I lost it.
from black and white marble and features a nice black leather bracelet that just feels so comfy. They also create elegantly crafted earrings, very unique handbags, sunglasses, and necklaces, like this rose marble elevation necklace. It makes a really memorable and unique gift for a loved one. All of their products have a 24-month warranty, and ordering online is super easy.
Bro, XQC's watch was way more than this. Yeah, I mean, come on.
Free shipping to the US and most EU countries within 2 to 5 days. So if you want to get yourself a good quality watch and support the channel, I highly recommend checking out their store and clicking the link in the description below. Use my special code SHOE15 at checkout that will give you 15% off for all products store-wide. So go to the link down below and choose your own unique piece of nature. Thank you Holzkern for sponsoring this video, and thank you the viewer as always for not skipping the ad.
Why are men and boys struggling? And what should we do about it?
A few new studies have come out that have shown that young men are more lonely and single than ever before. But it's not just men. The women in...
I think also, you know, there's a bit of this, like, I think, yeah, it's societal, but there's also a lot of guys that... It's like if you spend your time growing up jerking off to weird porn to the point to where by the time that you turn 18, you're only sexually attracted to animals that don't exist. I think this isn't healthy either. Like, there's a lot of dudes that, like, whenever they see a girl without makeup on, they think that there's, like, something wrong with her.
Children, too. It's predicted 45% of women will be single and childless by 2030.
Well, that's
according
exciting.
to the media, this is a good thing. The sheconomy
why do they say it's a good thing? Oh, because it's retailers saying it's a good thing. Yeah, it's probably true for retailers.
Booming, as they say. And meanwhile, men being single is treated like this.
New study explains why some single men...
What is she doing with her face?
Why some single men are having a hard time finding a new partner.
Some of the music that they listen to speaks very derogatory.
Right. Yeah, men, stop listening.
Yeah. No, I mean, bro, there are so many, like I've listened to some of these, like, female rapper songs, and they're just as bad. Who the fuck was it that, like, admitted to, like, drugging and having sex? Was it Cardi B? I think it was, right? Yeah. So, like, I don't want to hear that shit. It's the music. Oh, really? That's an argument I haven't heard for 20 years.
Listening to that derogatory music, then maybe you won't be single. I don't know, I think men and women being single and lonely
I feel like a lot of the guys that are really single and lonely on the internet, they're not listening to that music. They're listening to like the Lord of the Rings soundtrack or the Divinity Original Sin 2 soundtrack. Like, they're not listening to rap.
there might be something wrong with society. Perhaps we should address this, not just wave it off as empowering or pathetic. According to several different articles, I love how that's my source, I read about it on the internet, research shows that people from individualist countries show a greater sense of loneliness. This is linked to socioeconomic development, increased education, a shift—
Y'all want to see a chart that's pretty cute? This chart right here, from 2008 to 2018, within 10 years, it went from 8% to 27% dudes that can't get a girlfriend and hook up with a chick. You know what came out in 2008? Wrath of the Lich King. Funny little fact there. But, yeah, there you go.
Towards white-collar jobs and urbanization. Japan also has an issue with loneliness. In fact, they have a whole movement of people they call the hikikomori. Did I say that right?
Probably not.
Over the past 6 months, we have been investigating as well as exposing the truth behind all of these food processing plants that have been—
I don't care. Basically, postmodern hermits. Mostly young men who completely withdraw from society.
I don't see this as a problem. I think, and there's also girls that do this in Japan, too. I think it's probably like a 90-10 or like 80-20 thing where it's mainly guys that do it. But there are girls that do it as well. And I think that the reason why is that, like, living life can be really fucking annoying. Especially whenever you're always having to do things that you don't want to do. Because you think about it, right? And you wake up in the morning, and you just got done going to a school for a degree you didn't really want to get. And now you're going to a job that you don't really want to work at. You drive through traffic or sit through a train that takes an hour while you're playing a gacha game that you don't have enough money to buy the good characters, so you keep losing to people that are like some oil prince in Dubai keeps farming you. You finally get to work, and you have to work there for 12 hours a day, and if you leave before the boss does, then you get fired. So then, after all of this stuff happens, you get home, it's another 2 hours on the subway, losing to another oil prince, or maybe some trust fund kid in America is now farming you in Fate Grand Order, like, I don't know, one of those fucking gacha games. I don't even know if that one's PvP or not, but it doesn't matter. Point is still the same. You get home, and then now you have to, now you play a video game that you fucking hate. You play League of Legends, but you stopped liking League of Legends in 2017. That was 6 years ago. And to you, it feels like yesterday, but everybody else has moved on. And you're still in gold. And you were in gold in 2017. Things aren't moving forward. You don't have a girlfriend. You stay up late playing League, thinking to yourself, just one more game, I'll see if I can get my placement game for the next rank. And then you get to your placement game and you lose. You go to bed, it's late, and you're mad, and you wake up the next morning, and you didn't get enough sleep for work, and then the cycle repeats itself, right? So, what is it a surprise that people are like, you know what, fuck this, like, I'm done, like, I don't want to deal with this, I don't want to live this life. What's the point of it? Yeah, it's like, what are you working towards? I think that's really what the problem is that, like, people don't have a North Star. Like, for example, like, back in the old days, right, in, like, the 50s and, the idealized time, you've got, like, Jesus, and you've got, like, you're gonna have a family, and it's like, you don't need to worry, like, and there's also, like, you don't have to worry, right, because in the 50s, it's like, Russia's gonna nuclear bomb us, and we're all gonna be dead, and I'm gonna know about it, right? And so there's, like, not only is there, an afterlife, but there's also the free-spiritedness of, like, this could all be over at any second. So it's like, I think people don't have a North Star anymore. They don't have anything to work towards. There's nothing that they can do. It's because more intelligence equals more life concepts equals life is harder. Yeah, exactly. Top it off, your parents had a hard time getting the healthcare they need. Oh yeah, of course, right? And then this is a problem for you as well that's compounded on top of your problems. Yet you can't buy a house, but you can work towards Apex Predator in Apex Legends, yes.
Putting themselves in their rooms for months and years at a time. In 2010,
I've done this. I remember whenever I graduated high school, I wanted to spend an entire year and not talk to anybody. There would be like whole weeks I would be able to get away with it. God damn, that was fucking good.
There was an estimated 700,000 hikikomori in Japan.
700,000.
And today
That's a
it's
lot.
estimated to be about 1.55 million.
That's a lot of Genshin Impact players.
And because of things like this, people aren't having babies, so Japan's population has been in a sharp decline since 2011. It's gotten so bad that Japan even produces videos of live-action women staring into the camera to help the hikikomori learn to cope with eye contact and reintegrate them back into society.
Yeah.
So basically, if you want to know America's
Well, they're fucked.
future, look no further than Japan. A lot of people, including myself, blame this partially on the rise of social media and technology. RIP to the king. Although technology makes things easier, it can also make us—
Ted Kaczynski knew. He said, fuck that industrial revolution shit. Yeah, so this guy, that guy, alright, so Ted Kaczynski was the Unabomber. So he wrote like a massive fucking manifesto, and the FBI spent like $50 million to try to get his ass. They did get his ass, and recently he's been in jail for a long time. He finally died recently. And anyway, he did all of this stuff, and what else? So basically, like, what he said is that he wanted basically the larger scale of society causes people to lose their sense of individuality and self, because there is like a governing apparatus that suppresses their life, and that happening was like enabled by the Industrial Revolution. And but guys, I'm not saying, oh wow, the crazy guy that blew people up was right. I'm just explaining who the guy is and what he thinks. Okay, I'm just saying this is what he said.
more atomized. Why go to the mall when I can just tap, buy a new microphone, and have it shipped to me in a day? Why hang out with friends when I can get all my social interaction I need from Twitter and streamers? Why go on dates and bother meeting women when I can just tap, Google big boob and get 2 million results? Or see my—
It's more than that now. And also, the better thing now is that people are getting AI girlfriends and stuff. Like, I think sometimes whenever I see something really fucked up on the internet, I'll screenshot it so I don't forget about it. And, like, I've been seeing a lot of these advertisements recently. Have you guys seen these? Advertisements for, like, these AI girlfriend websites? Dude, there's so many of them. Like, Replica? Yeah, exactly. Like, that's the big one. And, like, you're gonna have even more of those. And I think people are gonna have... I think it's not as close as we might think to it being socially acceptable. But, like, here's a really good way to say it, okay? Is that if you go and you watch Emaru at, or like Miz or Tectone or any of the people at fucking Anime Expo, there are people walking around Anime Expo with body pillows. And, like, it's gone from being... this is something that only the biggest fedora-wearing losers do, to it being kind of funny. And it going from being fucking weird to a joke is a step up in accepting it. Right? And so I think the AI girlfriend stuff is gonna happen. Are they crunchy? Probably.
High school crushes holes on OnlyFans for only $5.
Yeah.
Instant dopamine, instant satisfaction.
There's
and hey,
even... oh, yeah, there it is. Yeah, she knows. And there's this... like, there are these girls on Instagram. Or not... oh, fuck, not Instagram. OnlyFans. OnlyFans, Fansly. One of the big things that these girls make money with is, like, doing, like, obviously, like, there's girls say, like, oh, I'm doing customs, right? And that's, like, you know, you tell, like, oh... you know, do this and I'll give you $10, and, you know, they do it and they give you $10. But, like, there's also girls that, like, dudes will pay money just to send them messages and to talk to them. It's straight up just like strippers. But the best thing about it is that a number of these girls, and this is not really like a huge secret, they're not even answering the messages. It's like, maybe it's like a dude answering the messages. They hire dudes. Yeah, they hire people to answer their messages. Isn't that insane? Yes, and also, if you don't believe that, Andrew Tate literally did this. He said that. Yeah. AI no need to hire? Yes, and remember, was it Amarath or was it some other girl that was going to make like an AI version of themselves to talk to people? And they were making tons of money off of it too.
Who even needs a real woman when you could just have an AI girlfriend?
Yep.
We're so f***ed. Dating apps really are the great Satan, and I'm convinced they've completely broken men's brains. Women on dating apps are picky. Women in general are picky, and
Well, that's what makes sense that women are picky. You look at it biologically, some dude hooks up with a girl, fucking busts a nut, bro, he's down the road. Meanwhile, she's got to deal with this shit for 9.5 months. Like, evolutionarily speaking, it makes sense that girls have to be more picky. 18 years? Well, I mean, that's only because of the law, right? Yeah, I've listened to the Kanye West song you're referring to. I know what you mean. Hoflation is a real thing. Don't downplay it. Hoflation. What is hoflation?
Lowe's knows every pro needs a partner
that works as hard as they do.
That's why with our partnership program, when you
Is this a new one? Yeah, I'm gonna be honest. Is this a new one? Sounds like some Red Bull shit. Yeah, no, it is. But like, the price of hoes is too damn highs. Girls are less hot with higher standards. Girls are less hot with higher standards. I don't know. I mean, guys are less hot with higher standards. Yeah, it's like, how do we not know that's the same? Because like, I get what you're saying, but like I've never used a dating app. Okay. I really mean, I've never downloaded Tinder, Bumble, Christian Mingle, Farmers Meet, Plenty of Fish, Grindr. Yeah, I haven't done any of these ever. So I don't really understand this. But like, whenever I see, like, girls will show me some of the guys that will match with them, and this will be like, you know, for example, like a 23-year-old girl, and it's a 45-year-old man matching with her. And he's married. He has a picture of him and his wife in like his photos because it's connected to Facebook. So it's just like, I don't know. Inflation is real, is it? Like, that is nuts. Searching for a second wife, maybe? Pick a card. Yeah, there you go.
I mean, naturally we are pickier. You know, we're the ones who carry the babies.
Yeah, you
at
have
least
to
for
be.
now. But on dating apps, you have to admit, it's a little insane. It's safe to say that the commodification of love and the window shopping of dating apps probably has to do a lot with the rise of lonely single men. Men are not just lonely when it comes to dating, they're lonely when it comes to friendship too.
Yep.
According to Vox, Americans are currently in a friendship recession, and men are being hit the hardest. The percentage of men who reported having at least 6 close friendships fell in half since the 90s. 1 in 5 men say they have
2021, I don't know. I feel like that's a bad frame of reference because that was during COVID. again, I'll read something and try to, like, I'm the kind of person that will, like, read something and then try to find out how it's wrong. Just like, that's just how I think. So, like, maybe I'm like, overthinking it, but is that true for you guys? Hoflation means a 25-year-old now has to work 40% harder than his grandfather. For a woman, 40% less appealing than his grandmother was to his grandfather. Let me think about this. A guy has to work harder. Okay, I get it. This is like the thing, is like... I don't know. I mean, I'm not like going and like trying to date a bunch of different girls. Like, what the fuck? Like, I have no idea. So it's hard for me to say. The 666 rule in order for a guy to back... Oh yeah, 6 figures, 6 feet, and 6 inches. Yeah, I've heard of that before. The women are also less appealing now because of porn. I think that is true. I think that guys, and like this is just what happens on social media. I think it fucks up people's head on social media, where like guys will look at a girl and think that she's ugly because she doesn't look like an anime. She doesn't look like Mikasa from fucking Attack on Titan, you know?
No close friendships. Looking at all these...
Yeah, but let's see. Just shitting.
Statistics, the explosion of figures like Andrew Tate is not surprising at all.
I believe being a man is a blessing because it starts so difficult.
Oh, I agree with this too. I agree with Andrew Tate with this. You know, people talk about all the advantages that women have and everything like that. True, but like, goddamn, man, every day I wake up, I thank God I was born a man. I'm gonna be honest.
Every man is born without any
I think that also, like, for a lot of you guys that might say, like, oh, no, I don't feel that way, right? Wait till you're 33. Because, like, the perspective you have at 23 versus 33, very different situation.
You at all. I think that the world's never going to think you're important unless you make yourself important.
And recently, a new study came out about how young men are moving towards the right. And every other month, we, the liberal, sockdom, leftist, whatever you want to call the space online, performs the same song and dance. What's wrong with men? Why is this happening? Why don't we have a leftist Andrew Tate? We need to push men to the left. Andrew Tate rarely, if ever, talks about politics.
No.
Andrew Tate talks about men, and the left only talks about men when they talk about Andrew Tate.
Well, it's also, like, a lot of guys, like, to be honest, I think a lot of guys like being abrasive, obnoxious, assholes, aggressive, and guys don't like getting tone policed. And I feel like all the fucking time, you get tone policed for acting that way. Constantly. And so that's why I think people go towards that direction, is because they don't want to get tone policed. They don't want to get told what to do. They don't want to get told, like, oh, you can't make that joke. You can't act that way. Bitch, shut the fuck up. I do what I want. And that's why they do it. It's because you have people that are doing something that in their mind is innocuous. It gets described as something that's completely different, and then they get treated as if that was the intention. And so they say, fuck you. I'm not going to do that. The girl's like, man up. I've always felt like it's so hard to have somebody that will respect you whenever you're vulnerable if you're a dude. Maybe that's the same thing as girls, right? Because, like, a lot of guys are only sympathetic to girls because they want to fuck her. So, like, I have to listen to her cry. It's like doing a daily quest or a weekly quest, or like building up a reputation with a faction, and WoW. It's like, you know, you get like a really hot girl. It's like Winter Saber Frost Traders. It's like maybe you get like a couple of easy ones. It's like, you know, getting Ironforge reputation or something like that. So it's like, you know, this girl's not as hard to get. But like, you know, sometimes you want to have the more, you know, interesting and like unique mounts. And so you'll try to farm out like a, you know, Zulian Tiger. And so it takes longer. Like, it takes longer to do. But like at the end of the day, you know, guys are not doing this out of the goodness of their heart. They're doing it because this is a means to an end. And so I think that a lot of the generosity and a lot of the, like, kind of the way that, like the advantages that girls enjoy from, like, male attention and, like, males, like, doing things like that and being supportive towards them, that will go away instantaneously as soon as either she gets a boyfriend or she's not attractive to him anymore or something else changes, because it's not actually genuine.
Months ago, during one of the monthly song and dances, some progressive people I follow made the mistake of addressing men's issues. And the even bigger mistake of pointing their finger at
The reason why young men flock to alt-right MRA movements, MRA is men's rights activist, is because the left gives brain-dead advice to young men. We need to be more compassionate to them for our own sake. Yeah, I think this is like, I don't know if this is like a left or a right thing, because I think actually, I think that, like, I feel like Andrew Tate is like, it's not very compassionate either, but there's like a certain level of like male aggression to the lack of compassion that's more compelling.
their own spaces for not doing enough to address said men's issues.
Recently, there were some statistics by healthcare company Cigna indicating that men are the loneliest generation. And addressing it doesn't mean that you turn your back on issues pertaining to women, but it does mean that we should.
Well, there's also a lot of women out there, right? And I see this all the time, is there are a lot of women out there that hate men. Like in the same way that there are these like every time something bad happened, like remember there was that one YouTube channel, and I used this example before, there was this one YouTube channel of this guy who played Red Dead Redemption 2, and the only thing that he did was he would lasso the women suffragettes, those are the ones that were protesting for the right for women to vote, and you know, get them out of the town, drag them in the dirt, you know, into the swamp, and like feed them the crocodiles in Red Dead Redemption 2, or put them on like the train track and have them get run over by the train. And like, bro, all the comments were like, dude, good one, bro. Can you do it with like you have like a bull attack them and like knock them off a cliff or something? Oh, it'd be so good. And then like 2 days later, you see a new video come out, like based, bro. Yeah, exactly. And so there are a lot of guys that just simply resent women. And I think there's a lot of women that just simply straight up resent guys. Some reasons being, I think, reasonable and understandable. Some reasons are fucking stupid. And there's a lot of in between. But yeah, that's the reason why you see this, is that like whenever women see this, there are some women, it's like, you know, in their mind, right, their dad was an asshole, you know, maybe they had like bad sexual experiences growing up, you know, something in their mind just fucking happened, in their life happened, and like now they fucking hate men. It's the same reason why I think people are racist too. It's like a lot of the people that I think are racist probably had a bad interaction with a person of a certain race, and then that painted their entire perspective on everybody of that race. That's what happens. Yeah, or they didn't have a dad. Yeah, or something like that.
Be focused on what it is in society that is leading to this epidemic, what the left can do to offer solutions, and how we can basically fight back against the more nefarious figures who have filled the void that, you know, men are struggling with, people like Jordan Peterson and what have you. Now, recently, Vosh, who's a popular streamer, had tweeted this thread that I think is really, really important to address. He writes, "I cannot stress enough how important it is to understand that 12-year-old white boys on Twitch are not being pulled into fascism because of some Machiavellian desire to preserve and expand their privileges. It's because the right talks to them and the left doesn't."
I think it's people like 12-year-old white kids or 12-year-old boys in general don't want to be told what to do. Like, I actually think that it's way more simple than people are making it out to be. 100%. She's projecting. Yeah, they're all projecting. Like, that's what it is.
Turn him into fish food.
And that's why they do it. It's because you have people that are doing something that in their mind is innocuous. It gets described as something that's completely different, and then they get treated as if that was the intention. And so they say, fuck you. I'm not gonna do that. The girl's like, man up. I've always felt like, it's so hard to have somebody that will respect you whenever you're vulnerable if you're a dude. Maybe that's the same thing as girls, right? Because like a lot of guys are only sympathetic to girls because they want to fuck her. So like, I have to listen to her cry. It's like doing a daily quest or a weekly quest, or like building up a reputation with a faction, and WoW. It's like, you know, you get like a really hot girl. It's like Winter Saber Frost Traders. It's like maybe you get like a couple of easy ones. It's like, you know, getting Iron Forge reputation or something like that. So it's like, you know, this girl's not as hard to get. But like, you know, sometimes you want to have the more, you know, interesting and like unique mounts. And so you'll try to farm out like a, you know, Zulian Tiger. And so it takes longer, to do. But like at the end of the day, you know, guys are not doing this out of the goodness of their heart. They're doing it because this is a means to an end. And so I think that a lot of the generosity and a lot of the like kind of the way that like like the advantages that girls enjoy from like male attention and like males like doing things like that and being supportive towards them, that will go away instantaneously as soon as either she gets a boyfriend or she's not attractive to him anymore or something else changes, because it's not actually genuine.
Months ago, during one of the monthly song and dances, some progressive people I follow made the mistake of addressing men's issues. And the even bigger mistake of pointing their finger at...
The reason why young men flock to alt-right MRA movements, MRA is men's rights activist, is because the left gives brain-dead advice to young men. We need to be more compassionate to them for our own sake. Yeah, I think this is like, I don't know if this is like a left or a right thing, because I think actually, I think that, like, I feel like Andrew Tate is like, it's not very compassionate either, but there's like a certain level of like male aggression to the lack of compassion that's more compelling.
Their own spaces for not doing enough to address said men's issues.
Recently, there were some statistics by healthcare company Cigna indicating that men are the loneliest generation. And addressing it doesn't mean that you turn your back on issues pertaining to women, but it does mean that we should...
Well, there's also a lot of women out there, right? And I see this all the time, is there are a lot of women out there that hate men. Like, in the same way that there are these, like every time something bad happened, like, remember there was that one YouTube channel, and I used this example before, there was this one YouTube channel of this guy who played Red Dead Redemption 2, and the only thing that he did was he would lasso the women suffragettes, those are the ones that were protesting for the right for women to vote, and, you know, get them out of the town, drag them in the dirt, you know, into the swamp, and like feed them to crocodiles in Red Dead Redemption 2, or put them on like the train track and have them get run over by the train. And like, bro, all the comments were like, dude, good one, bro. Can you do it with like you have like a bull attack them and like knock them off a cliff or something? Oh, it'd be so good. And then like 2 days later, you see a new video come out like, based, bro. Yeah, exactly. And so there are a lot of guys that just simply resent women. And I think there's a lot of women that just simply straight up resent guys. Some reasons being, I think, reasonable and understandable. Some reasons are fucking stupid. And there's a lot of in between. But yeah, that's the reason why you see this, is that like whenever women see this, there are some women, it's like, you know, in their mind, right, their dad was an asshole. You know, maybe they had like bad sexual experiences growing up. You know, something in their mind just fucking happened in their life happened. And like now they fucking hate men. It's the same reason why I think people are racist too. It's like a lot of the people that I think are racist probably had a bad interaction with a person of a certain race, and then that painted their entire perspective on everybody of that race. That's what happens. Yeah, or they didn't have a dad. Yeah, or something like that.
Be focused on what it is in society that is leading to this epidemic, what the left can do to offer solutions, and how we can basically fight back against the more nefarious figures who have filled the void that, you know, men are struggling with, people like Jordan Peterson and what have you. Now, recently, Vosh, who's a popular streamer, had tweeted this thread that I think is really, really important to address. He writes, "I cannot stress enough how important it is to understand that 12-year-old white boys on Twitch are not being pulled into fascism because of some Machiavellian desire to preserve and expand their privileges. It's because the right talks to them and the left doesn't."
I think it's people like 12-year-old white kids or 12-year-old boys in general don't want to be told what to do. Like, I actually think that it's way more simple than people are making it out to be. They don't want to be tone policed by, you know, by women, by teachers, by their parents, by anybody. They want to go on the internet, act like absolute fucking psychotic, racist assholes, watch Aiden Ross or Kai, you know, burn down their house or start a riot, and they fucking love it. And do you know how I know that? It's because I used to be 12. There's not a fucking political, like, manifesto behind this. It's, bitch, shut the fuck up. Don't tell me what to do. That's all there is to it. They're not fascist. They're not Nazis. They don't even care.
Responses to these tweets and this content were very normal, level-headed, and respectful. Me when I lie.
Yep. Oh, here we go.
LMAO, cry about it. Boof.
Yep.
Who?
Got, what's this here? What are some of these tweets? Let's read them.
LMAO.
There's a young man fighting MRA, but men seem more compassionate men for him. Hassan says LMAO. I think it's true, though. I do. I think this is true. And I think also, like, it's more that the reason why I think it happens is something that's, like, a lot more general as well, is that a lot of guys don't have strong father figures. Like, they just don't. Like, there's no father figure in their life. There's no, like, guy that, like, tells them, like, what the fuck are you doing, etc. And if they do have a dad, maybe their dad is, like, a loser or something like that. They don't respect their dad for whatever reason. Who knows why. And it's like, that's a huge problem. And I think that guys that grow up without that, they're looking for an internet dad. And I think that's what Andrew Tate and Jordan Peterson are. They are internet dads. Fatherless behavior. Yes, I think that's really what it is.
Oh, cry about it. Boo.
Yeah, Joe Rogan.
Oh no, poor widow men having problems. Boo. Who? Grow.
Well, yeah, I mean, of course this is what, bro, like, let's be honest. Like, this is just probably somebody who fucking, they hate men. It's that simple. Like, I don't think that, again, there's not a political ideology behind this. Most of these people have unresolved trauma. And so they go on the internet to let it out.
Well, the f up then. Have men considered being smarter? I'm enjoying all these sad little moids and their sad little tweets about their sad.
Oh, that's good. About their sad. I mean, I'm gonna be honest. I don't really find this offensive or stressful at all, or like upsetting, because guys tweet this shit out all the time about girls too, right? I mean, I think this is just like it's just psychotic behavior on the internet.
Pathetic lives.
Not really.
Sounds like a person.
You think not really? Dude, I actually think that it's worse for women. Like, I think that, like, whenever there's like a girl that has something bad happen to her, I always see guys that are like, yeah, that's what she gets, even if it's something horrible. A good example of this, actually, no, I won't use that one because that one's like really, it's like very complicated. But like, yeah, no, I think that there have been examples of this. I'll have to think of some that are like less controversial.
No problem. Is the lack of compassion for men in the room with us right now? Maybe men are just not good people then. I'm so fucking tired of people trying to make male loneliness a huge societal problem. Yeah, no, their fifis are not my responsibility, and I shouldn't have to be punished because they can't get their shit together as human beings.
How much do you want to bet that the girl that wrote this had a boyfriend who was emotionally abusive, that didn't have their shit together, and was an asshole? How much do you want to bet? Like, I bet, like, probably there's like a 95% chance this shit happened. Like, I mean, bro, you know this is what it is. 100%. She's projecting. Yeah, they're all projecting. Like, that's what it is. Aren't you doing what she's complaining about? Taking men's issues and saying, well, women deal with it more too? As much as I agree there's both sides to it. I think that No, yeah, women do deal with this, and men deal with it too. Yeah, like absolutely. What I'm saying is that I think this is a problem of. So here's what I think in like a more macro level, right? Is that I think that men and women are dealing with this problem, but the problem with like men dealing with it is that men don't have the same level of like social structure and social support around dealing with it. You know, like example is that like how many shelters are there for women versus how many shelters are there for men. So it's not that men and women aren't dealing with it, it's that women might have more support from people in dealing with it. But also, as I said earlier, is that the support that women get from dealing with it, especially that comes from men, is not really support. This is just self-serving behavior so the men can fuck them later on down the line. It's complex.
Grow the
Hey guys, it's Mad Season here, back with another video for you. Another sort of channel related video. I know I've been doing a lot of these recently, but I've been meaning to address this for a while because it is something I get asked pretty much every day. So I kind of wanted to put a video out there for people to have an answer. So a little backstory before we begin, and this will actually be kind of a fun video for me because I get to do my favorite thing, which is talking about myself and sort of my footprint in the wonderful, vomitous world of social media. So those of you who are familiar with me, or those of you who have been given the wonderful gift of sight and have navigated to my video page, would know that I used to be a World of Warcraft channel, right?
There is a nation among...
How would you like to die? The firing squad, hung by the neck, or the electric chair? I think I'll take the chair. Very well. Take him inside. Nothing's happening. But that's impossible. I know. Who knows? Maybe it's a sign. This must be divine intervention from above. Release him. Mate, the chair's not working. Okay. Now, how would you like to die? Oh, what a horrible choice. I guess I'll take the chair. Very well. Take him inside. Oh, would you believe it? The chair's not working. It must be a sign. Divine intervention again. Release him. Hey, the electric chair isn't working.
Get back!
Canada says it's creating a game plan for how to respond and deal with the United States if it takes a far-right authoritarian shift in next year's presidential election. Right? They worry that the two Republican frontrunners will pull the U.S. out of NATO.
I'm your first priority, right?
Let me know if you need anything, and I'll be right there.
Welcome to China Airlines. Thank you.
Do you hear it?
Someone else is.
Classic WoW Hardcore has been released. The official servers. Uh-oh. This is like the Olympics for people with very slow reaction time. Okay, so...
In the 16th century, Emperor Charles V of the Austrian von Habsburg family sat at the helm of much of Europe, sitting on the thrones of Spain, several Central European kingdoms, several Italian states, and many principalities in the Holy Roman Empire. By the middle of the century, this massive pan-European dynasty had split, with two branches of the Habsburg line consolidating their rule over two different parts of Charles's inheritance, one ruling from Madrid and the other from Vienna, never reuniting again under one ruler. In this video, we will explain how Charles inherited his enormous empire, his relationship with his brother Ferdinand, and the events that led to the creation of a Spanish and an Austrian Habsburg dynasty. This video was kindly sponsored by our YouTube members and patrons. Right now, the patrons and YouTube members are exclusively watching our first Punic War and Pacific War series, while the series on the history of Prussia and Italian unification wars, Risorgimento, have been concluded, and the series on the Russo-Japanese War and the Albigensian Crusade and Xenophon's Anabasis will be released next. You can join their ranks via the links in the description and pinned comment to get exclusive videos, early access to all public videos, see our schedule, get access to a special Discord server where we are very active, and much more. Thanks for supporting us. We couldn't be doing it without your help. Belagarant Ali tu Felix Austria nube is the famous saying attributed to King Matthias of Hungary to describe the Austrian policy of expansion through political marriages, and it was this strategy that brought much of Europe under the rule of Emperor Charles V von Habsburg and his brother Ferdinand I of Austria. When the parents of Charles and Ferdinand, Joanna the Mad and Philip the Handsome, were married in 1496 to seal a political alliance between the Spanish de Trastamara and the Austrian Habsburg dynasties, few people at the time foresaw that their marriage would also mean a union of their respective dynastic lands. In fact, Joanna was only the third daughter of the Catholic monarchs Isabella, Queen of Castile, and Ferdinand II, King of Aragon. It just so happened that her elder sister and brother, and their offspring, did not live longer than the year 1500, leaving Joanna the heiress presumptive to not just the crown of Castile, whose inheritance laws allowed women to inherit the crown, but also to the crown of Aragon and its dependencies. On the other side, Philip the Handsome was the only son of Maximilian I von Habsburg, Austrian Archduke and King of the Germans, and the heiress of the Burgundian inheritance, Mary of Burgundy. A generation ago, Maximilian's father had managed to reunite the disjointed lands of the Habsburgs, which previously had been divided between different branches of the family, thus allowing his son, the energetic Maximilian, to focus his attention on securing his wife's rich inheritance. By 1477, Mary of Burgundy was the last surviving member of the powerful Valois-Burgundian dynasty, which had been highly influential at the French court during the Hundred Years' War, and had created a large state in the lowlands between France and Germany thanks to a clever marriage policy executed throughout a span of a century. Maximilian and Mary had to fight and defeat the French king to keep most of the lands, after which they had 2 children who would become adults before Mary died in 1482. When Maximilian inherited the Austrian Habsburg lands and the rulership of the Holy Roman Empire in 1493, he left his 15-year-old son Philip to govern the Low Countries as Duke of Burgundy. Philip would rule his state independently, sometimes even clashing with his father in foreign policy decisions, by entering into diplomatic agreements with the King of France. Following the death of Isabella of Castile in 1506, Philip and Joanna travelled to Spain to take over her throne. Here the young couple had to negotiate with Ferdinand of Aragon, who agreed to leave the Regency of Castile and return to Aragon. Unfortunately, Philip died a few months after his arrival, leaving Castile again under the Regency of Ferdinand, as Joanna had been declared mentally infirm, while the lowlands were governed by Philip's sister Margaret until the couple's eldest son Charles would reach maturity. Charles, born in 1500, grew up in Burgundy under his aunt's tutelage, while his 3-year younger brother Ferdinand grew up at the court of their maternal grandfather in Spain. In 1515, Charles matured and began to govern his father's lands in the Low Countries. In the previous years, Ferdinand of Aragon had attempted to father another child, so that his Aragonese lands would not fall under the Habsburg dynasty, but he did not succeed, so when he died in 1516, he left Charles his Aragonese possessions, his deceased wife's Castilian lands, and the recently conquered kingdoms of Navarre and Naples. Charles sailed to Spain, where he was crowned king of these numerous titles, before meeting his brother Ferdinand for the first time. The younger brother was swiftly sent to Brussels to prevent any challenge to Charles's power. Ferdinand was very popular in Iberia, and some Aragonese courtiers had already begun to conspire against Charles to make his younger brother king of Iberia in his stead. Thus Charles began to govern his mother's inheritance, technically jointly with his mother. However, Joanna would never be allowed to hold any power, and was relegated to house arrest, where she would die in 1555. 3 years later, his paternal grandfather, Maximilian von Habsburg, passed away, leaving the Austrian lands to the 2 brothers, and a clear path to be crowned Holy Roman Emperor for Charles. By the year 1520, Charles was officially elected Holy Roman Emperor, and had inherited all the titles and lands his grandparents had ruled. In the Diet of Worms, he created a council headed by his brother Ferdinand as its active regent to take care of the daily affairs of the empire, for Charles himself was more focused on ruling his lands in Iberia and Italy. At the Diet, Charles ceded the governorship of the Austrian duchies to Ferdinand, although it seems that Charles originally did not want to cede any part of his inheritance to his brother. Ferdinand was designated as co-ruler in the will of Maximilian I, and he was an obvious candidate for any region of Charles's realm. That wished to separate and have its own ruler. So to deter rebellion and unrest, Charles was convinced to share some of his lands with his younger sibling. Moreover, since Ferdinand remained loyal to Charles, Charles rewarded him with the prestige necessary to govern the empire and be a viable candidate for the kingdoms of Central Europe. A final agreement was reached in 1522, when the Treaty of Brussels was signed between the brothers. Ferdinand would assume rulership over other Habsburg lands that had remained in Charles's possession in the previous agreement, including the Duchy of Württemberg. Moreover, Ferdinand would be elected King of the Romans, becoming de facto heir to the emperorship as soon as Charles was crowned emperor by the Pope.
The Wells Fargo Active Cash Card. Earn 2% cash back on what you want, like a 22-speed road bike. And need. Like a ride back from your ride.
The future is threatened by enemies often unpredictable. When there are battles to win for America's future, there is one constant: Marines.
Charles was aware of the difficulties he would face if he tried to govern his vast realm by himself, both due to great geographic distance separating the regions he ruled, and the eclectic diversity in customs and rules each territory had. Castile was a kingdom with strong, centralized monarchical power, while in Aragon, the deliberative body, the Cortes, was particularly strong, especially in Catalonia. Because of its small size, Navarre was used to having a king close to the people, while powerful barons dominated Naples, and the Low Countries had a strong urban middle class, particularly in Flanders. To govern these many regions, he assigned a viceroy to all his kingdoms, including the nascent American colonies, the most important of which were given to his family, like his aunt Margaret, who resumed her governance of the Low Countries, and Ferdinand, who ruled the Austrian lands and governed the Holy Roman Empire. Although one of his first chancellors, Mercurino of Gattinara, hoped to create a unified imperial government that would administer all of his lands, this never happened, and when Gattinara died in 1530, so did his idea of a universal empire, with no one taking his place as the general chancellor of Charles's empire. Some have described Charles as being at the head of a dynastic organization, and more a king of many kingdoms than an emperor of an empire, with members of his family being called to put the good of the Habsburg dynasty above their personal ambitions. Still, the relationship between Charles and Ferdinand was not always smooth sailing. Ferdinand was frustrated by the delay in his coronation as King of the Romans, which was crucial to legitimizing his role in an empire that he found impossible to govern. Ferdinand's coronation only took place in 1531, after Charles had been crowned emperor by the Pope. In the 1520s, Ferdinand had demanded to be made governor of some of Charles's lands in Italy, only to be told that you can't have any Italy until you finish your Austria. However, events on his eastern borders changed Ferdinand's focus of attention. In 1526, the King of Hungary and Bohemia, Louis II, died alongside most of the Hungarian army at the Battle of Mohács. The Habsburg dynasty had been developing an interest in the two Central European kingdoms ever since Albert von Habsburg married Elizabeth of Luxembourg and obtained a claim to both Hungary and Bohemia, which he would seize in the 1430s, coinciding with the beginning of Habsburg hegemony over the Holy Roman Empire. However, the Habsburg hold over these kingdoms was lost after the death of Albert's son, Ladislaus the Posthumous. In the second half of the 15th century, the Habsburgs fought first against the Hungarian Corvinids and later the Lithuanian Jagiellonians for control over Central Europe. Finally, in 1515, Maximilian I confirmed a previous agreement with the then King of Hungary and Bohemia, Vladislaus II Jagiellon, where Maximilian's grandchildren, Ferdinand and Mary, would marry Vladislaus's children, Anne and Louis II, and should the Hungarian line die out, the Habsburgs would inherit the throne. Thus, when Louis II was killed in battle in 1526, Ferdinand was swiftly elected King of Bohemia and Croatia, a kingdom attached to the Hungarian throne since the 13th century, thanks to the help of his wife's inheritance. However, while Ferdinand was also elected king in Hungary, another claimant emerged to challenge Habsburg control there. Both Ferdinand and the Voivode of Transylvania, John Zapoya, were elected king of Hungary in different diets, and the kingdom was split between them, with the western half submitting to Ferdinand and the eastern half and Transylvania becoming part of Sepoya's domain. Sepoya would immediately submit to the Ottomans to obtain protection from the Habsburgs. This gave the Ottomans a casus belli to attack Ferdinand, which led to the 1529 siege of Vienna. Although this initial conflict was inconclusive, Ferdinand would spend much of his reign trying to have Sepoya deposed and defending against the constant threat of the Ottomans. In this, he was always in constant need of resources to fund the defences of the eastern flank, which his brother Charles was rarely able to provide. When Ferdinand wasn't diverting his resources towards fighting the Muslim infidels to the east, he had to contend with a source of religious turmoil closer to home, the spreading of the Protestant faith. In 1517, the Saxon preacher Martin Luther began his preaching against the sale of indulgences. Within a few years, his ideas had spread through Germany, and several powerful princes within the empire had converted. Charles tasked his brother with dealing with the heretic princes, but Ferdinand did not have the resources to even begin to tackle the problem. The situation became alarming for Emperor Charles in the 1540s, who, after many years fighting the French in Italy and the Ottomans in the Mediterranean, found that the threat of Protestant princes was becoming one of the biggest obstacles in his quest to create a strong unified empire. Indeed, to rule, Charles needed the support of the Pope, and because of this, he could in no way be seen as accommodating to the Protestants of the empire, lest he risk an excommunication. Thus, Protestant rebellions against him became endemic. The first time the Lutheran princes united into a league against the emperor, they were defeated in 1547. A second rebellion took place in 1552, during the last Italian War, with this one defeating Charles and forcing him to flee to Austria. Here, Ferdinand emerged with a new role as peacemaker between his brother and the Lutheran princes, successfully brokering the Peace of Augsburg in 1555, which granted religious freedom for the princes of the empire and the right for them to choose to be either Catholic or Protestant. Ferdinand also improved his standing within the empire.
Germans, we make the best bread in the world. Italians, our ciabatta reigns supreme. Some French guy enters dramatically holding a Bugatti.
first day of life.
Left 4 Dead 2 is so detailed that if you throw a pipe bomb in the campaign Hard Rain, the worker zombies wearing safety vests will not be attracted to it due to them wearing noise reduction earmuffs. Left 4 Dead 2 is so detailed.
This feral cat sees human for the first time. At first, the kitten is really terrified and even attacks the man with her cute paws. This guy is trying to tame the cat, but it's just too scared of the human touch. After that, he brings the food and the kitten starts eating right away. On the next day, the man noticed that there are more cats who said good morning to him. There were one cat that looked like the first one, and one that was orange with blue eyes. Next day, the cat allowed himself to be lifted, and they became best friends. This feral cat sees
2019 rewind.
Hey, feeling good, like I should.
This dog went viral after he was
Lawyer's reaction.
You spent 5.
Did you know, in the Left 4 Dead 2 campaign, Dead Center, you can see the gun shop owner, Whitaker, after delivering the cola to him. You can see he's wearing ammo belts and a boonie hat, but later on in the Passing campaign, you will see him again, but as a fallen survivor.
I was trying to wash this blanket in my washing machine, but it really wasn't.
If you ever have an extra 83.5 egg yolks laying around, just... Spine issues?
The bar exploded.
Parts of China are panic buying salt because of the propaganda over the Fukushima nuclear plant.
What in the hell is wrong with these people? You alright? Yeah. You injured?
No, I don't think.
Yeah, it was a brown or beige.
Where'd your ears?
What in?
Parts of China are panic buying salt because of the propaganda over the Fukushima nuclear plant releasing water. Some have bought pallets of salt bags, enough to feed a whole village. I think they're trying to store enough for 30 years. One online salt store sold close to $3 million in sales. That's in US dollars. This is ridiculously stupid. China is the last country that should be virtue signaling over the water release. Now, even though the water release is one of the lowest level of tritium detected, which is a radioactive material, in fact, when compared to China's own power plants, Japan's Fukushima is 65 times less in radioactive levels. But it hasn't stopped the CCP's propaganda. They banned all Japanese sea products. And well, the hysteria will continue. We know that water flows, so will the CCP also ban all seafood products, including their own? I mean, it's the ocean, and will they be okay not eating seafood for 30 years? Of course not, because this is all but a politically motivated move. I'm David Zhang. This is China Insider. Subscribe for all the latest news on China. Parts of China are panic buying salt. because of the propaganda over the Fukushima nuclear plant releasing water. Some have bought pallets of salt bags, enough to feed a whole village. I think they're trying to store enough for 30 years. One online salt store sold close to $3 million in sales. That's in US dollars. This is ridiculously stupid. China is the last country that should be virtue signaling over the water release. Now, even though the water release is one of the lowest level of tritium detected, which is a radioactive material, in fact, when compared to China's own power plant.
What in the hell is wrong with...
Where'd your ears go?
Somewhere to start. No need to ask, he's a smooth operator. It burns.
I found these opossum babies in their mother's pouch.
In Left 4 Dead 2, there's a way to skip the panic event in the second chapter of the parish. Open the door and crouch jump on a common's head to get on top of the door. Once you're up, strafe jump to the left across, then you can hop the fence, bypassing the alarm that summons a horde. In Left 4 Dead 2, there's a way to skip. Here's a Left 4 Dead 2 trick you must know as playing the tank in the second chapter of Dark Carnival. When you spawn near the merry-go-round, head over to the rocket and crouch under it.
In 1261, General Alexios...
This is a beluga whale, and its head is really squishy. Now, while it might look crazy and bizarre, this weird head, known as a melon, is actually a huge advantage for them. You see, these whales make sounds that bounce off of nearby objects. This tells them how far away they are, giving them a sense of direction. And their melon is crucial for producing and directing those sounds. In fact, these whales can actually change the shape of their melon to get better readings. This is a beluga whale, and its head is...
Russia's saying it has a right to war with each and every NATO country. Saying, but whether you like it or not, history...
This cat is a genius. It figured out...
2 months ago, I started fermenting this mead. 2 months ago, I started fermenting this mead by mixing honey, water...
1, 2, 3!
On a poppy field near the Slovak city of Komarno, a family has encountered an unusual problem.
On a cold day, this man...
I'm gonna take my horse to the...
This is the legal way and the illegal way to build a Lego ice cream bar. This Lego ice cream bar is going to be built in two...
Okay, you're back. Let's continue this war. Wow. What the hell is this? Let's accept. Ah, you're coming. Right, where are you going exactly? That's a warble, right? Yeah, that's a warble, okay. We definitely have the upper hand over here. No, we do not. Yes, we do. Yes, we do. And plus 10% extra shock. Nice. Oh, Calabrita has fort. Nice, that's a very good thing for us.
people feeding stray dogs, putting leftover food on the roof so birds can eat, a bowl of dry cat food at the corner of the street, and stray dogs covered with blankets. To understand why Turkish people have a soft spot for animals, we need to go back hundreds of years ago to the period of the Ottoman Empire. Stray cats have a special place in Istanbul. You can find shelter and food provided by people everywhere. In this store, the owner has put a coin box to collect donations to buy cat food. So cats and Istanbul cannot be separated. They have always been part of the city. Sabri Durak is a muezzin of this mosque. Here in the winter, due to the cold temperature, cats often come and sleep inside the mosque. He explained that the mosque does not stop the cats from coming in.
1400 yılları arasında yapılmış bir
Find great stays across the...
I am sure I won't regret this, but we are British, so we're going to be very charismatic. Our hero.
Yes.
This is the man who won the Great War. Well, I'm clearly going to start in London. So I know I've only existed for about 3 seconds in this world, but I have decided that I'm willing to give my life for king and country. I'm going to be light infantry because I'm going to make a lot of Germans see the light. Well, let us begin my action-packed career. Why the bloody hell is my commander King Edward VII? That's not what King Edward VII looks like. Who are you? I'm not going to read all of that. I can instantly retire from service. I'm gonna do that. Okay, I regret that. I'm gonna join back. There we go. Like I never even left. Right, so the Black Hands have just assassinated the Archduke. So mainland Europe has just erupted into World War I. Well, aren't we lucky that thanks to our splendid isolation, it does not involve us, so we can just sit back and not have our economy permanently destroyed, right, Edward? Well, we are now allied to the French. Sorry to hear that. We're gonna found a new religion. We're just gonna walk across the North Sea with our horses. Seems legit. I just got paid £100 for being in the British Army. So forget the front line, forget the famous stalemate, forget trench warfare. We're just gonna walk straight into Germany. Oh, and now we're attacking Hamburg. Brilliant. Ever heard of the Schaefen Plan or the Battle of the Marne? Of course you haven't, because this came first. The Battle of Hamburg. This can only go well, I'm sure. I have absolutely no clue where my role is in this. Where am I going? What am I doing? Well, at least we have artillery and they don't. Oh, bugger. Oh my god, I actually got someone. You're more likely to find Richard Hammond riding a horse than to actually bloody hit someone with this thing. I think you've got the wrong flag there, mate. Ah, screw it, I'm just gonna run. Hey, would be proud, boys! I just got hit. Good luck, I'm immune to single bullets. Apparently you regenerate health in World War I. How the bloody hell did the Battle of the Somme have so many casualties in? Seeing as there aren't any trenches for us to go over the top yet, this is the next best thing. Gentlemen, why are you running this way? The enemy is over there. Okay, yep, that's me going back. You could probably use this as a music video for Iron Maiden's Passchendaele. Oh yeah, sorry, I forgot to tell you, I'm immune to artillery as well.
Jerry's inside, chaps!
Okay, to be honest, I think the AI have got this, so I'm just gonna hang back here. I got him! I'm gonna advance up to the trench. Okay, one part of me tells me this is a bad idea, but the other part tells me quality over quantity. Okay then, he is not getting buried. There's nothing to bury. Okay, the Germans seem to have repopulated the front trench. I'm doing alright here, to be honest. What the devil was he thinking? Mate just tried to go over the top by himself. We're gonna try and clear this trench now. Let's see how this goes. You got this, chap. Oh, Jesus. A bit of crap weather today, gentlemen. Seems to be raining shells, I'm afraid. Ooh, actually, I reckon I could get that one over there. There we are. What did I tell you? What did I tell you? I don't miss. Oh, looks like the bloody cavalry's here. Keep running, chaps. I'm sure you'll make it in no time. Those poor sods in the trench. They've just been getting shelled this entire battle with me here just picking them off. They can't even fight back, bless them. Oh, well, I suppose that's the point. We don't want them to fight back. Okay, those shells that have just been constantly hitting their trench for this entire battle are becoming more and more accurate. Yep, there it is. About bloody time. They lasted way longer than they should have done. Oh, bollocks, I'm out. That's me out of ammunition. You don't mind if I borrow this, do you, brother? I can say with confidence that currently this is not going anywhere for us but the ground. We've lost roughly about 370 men, they've lost about 100. Okay. Yep, that's me almost dead to a machine gun. We're playing for time, and it's running out. You can tell which one of us has been at the front of the combat and which one's been at the back. Okay, we appear to have lost quite a lot of ground, but we're going to make an ultimate counter-attack. We are advancing nicely here. That is a trooper right there. Okay, never mind. The great advance. This is how we win. I can't even join the battle again, I've become a war casualty. British casualties, 523. Yeah, as it's 1914, that sounds about right. Well, I suppose I'm just going to have to let the AI do the rest. Holy shite, we won! Job well done, gentlemen. Looks like we're going home now. How goes the war, sir? You think we are getting the better of them? If I remember correctly, at Hamburg, we lost about 600 men, and the Germans lost about 200. But we got Hamburg, so what does it matter? Right, Edward. The Germans thought we finished. We're not done just yet. That's right, you better run. You've got the entire British army. We're under attack against Ludwig von Humboldt. God save us. Well, I'm sure this is only going to go well. Godspeed, horse boys. Who's winning the cavalry charge? I can't really tell. What the bloody hell is happening? We've actually entrenched our position this time. We are learning and adapting. Are these ours? I don't really know, but I'm going to shoot them anyways, because either they're charging us because they're the enemy, or they're deserting because they're ours. So either way, I'm going to shoot them. Yeah, they definitely look like Germans. Well, then why the bloody hell are they charging us? That's what we do. I'm probably just making every horse lover cry right now, but oh well. And I must say, it feels good to be the one in the trench. So they've now realised that cavalry are just completely incompetent at taking the enemy trench, so they've basically said, I'll do it myself. Holding this trench is as easy as walking down to my living room. Okay, yeah, that seems fair. Well, on the bright side, now that there's more of them, and they're all in very confined areas, we can just take a bunch of them out if our sodding artillery were to actually hit the target. Are they charging or retreating? Oh my god, I hit him. Well, that's a change right there. Well, the first attacking wave of Germans has appeared to have retreated, so I'm just gonna pop over to the reserve trench and say hello. Here comes the cavalry. This is why cars are better. They don't just randomly die in the trench. For some reason, the Germans decide it's a good idea to keep coming at us in really small groups and... Hey! I think we have a problem. Never mind, they appear to have retreated again. Oh, do I see a German Empire flag right there? This must be their final assault. This is what it looks like when morale just reaches rock bottom. Yep, there we go. You know, you have to respect the German thought process of, we went to their trench and attacked them with guns, it didn't work. So now let's try and attack them without guns. I think this is when they realise the error of their ways. Yep, there they go. Very wise men. So there are 33 British casualties and 201 German casualties. You know, for 1914, that is a first. It's normally the other way round. Ladies and gentlemen, we have just captured Wilhelm Graf, a German military commander. Oh, and also Ludwig von Humboldt. That did not make Germany happy. You are most welcome, Maxim Andreev. I can now recruit a bunch of French and Russian soldiers. I'm going to build the Great Foreign Legion of the British Expeditionary Force. It would appear that we are now just chasing a bunch of German commanders. We are now going to engage in another battle against Karl von Richthofen. Yeah, you can tell my foreign legion has been deployed. So it would appear that one of my French guys is a machine gun operator. I've just told my guys to make a trench. They've actually done it. Now, you see, I don't really want to mix the Frenchman and the Russianman with the Englishman because it could cause some disagreements within the trenches, which could limit our efficiency in combat, so we've made our own foreign trench. Okay, I've had enough of these guys. I'm going to the British trench. Show them what for, lad! Oh my god, I actually hit one. Wait, he was friendly. He was running the wrong bloody way! It's just occurred to me that my Russian recruits are used to the Eastern Front and not the Western Front, so this whole, trench warfare thing is most likely confusing them a tad bit. It's very new to them. I managed to hit someone I've never even seen. I don't know where I'm firing or what I'm firing at anymore, I'm just firing. Stand down! Excuse me? What the bloody hell's a Yank doing in our front line? America isn't even on this map. It's 1914! I will repeat what I just said. It's 1914 and we are already, it seems, in the 100 days. Do you reckon all the shelling will harm the environment? How? Well, if my name is Environment, then yes, it will. I'm a sniper. It's fine, if you don't believe in the artillery, it can't hurt you. You know what, it's boring in these trenches. I'm just going to charge them. For king and country! I'm beginning to think this was a bad... Yeah, this might have been a bad idea. Welcome to No Man's Land, gentlemen. I'm going to set up by this tree here and see if I can do anything. Good heavens, this might actually work. I'd say, for my valiant effort in this battle, I deserve a Victorian Cross after this. Okay, these Germans are unarmed, and they're just running. I think shooting at them is a war crime, but I don't really care. Gentlemen, why are we running? There is so much fun to be had. Are we the bad guys? Okay, yeah, that's probably karma. But the Germans have retreated, we win. So we lost 10 men, and the Germans lost 189. It turns out, trenches are good. All appears to be quiet on the Western Front. Yeah, we're not even done yet. Well, this seems fair. Well, we're not in the woodlands this time, that's good, I suppose. This is what I hate about the horses clashing. I don't know... I don't know who to fire at. This is a long trench, chaps. Don't ask me why we've decided to put the Foreign Legion in front of the main trench. Alright, Frenchmen down. That is a lesson on why cover is important. It turns out we've lost a few soldiers from the Foreign Legion, most of them French. It looks like the Band of Brothers opening scene if they were under fire. Oh, bugger. I may have about 17 different bullet holes in my torso, but at least it's not raining. That's alright, we won. You are coming with me, Friedrich Schmidt. Oh, and you, Karl von Richthofen. I am just collecting German generals like they're bloody Pokemon cards. I've just been promoted to a corporal. Does that mean I get paid more? Oh dear. This is it, gentlemen. The final battle against Kaiser Wilhelm himself. I didn't know he served on the front line. For king and country! This is the final battle, gentlemen. We win this and we cripple the German military. Ride forth, cavalry. I wonder who's going to win the cavalry charge. Horse incoming! It's a British horse with no rider. Safe to say the rider is dead. Chaps, I think the Germans have just gone over the top. What morons. Well, if they keep running straight into our bullets, this is going to be